Hey, beautiful souls. Welcome back to the Den, your safe space for all things shifter romance, heartbreak, and healing. Today we're diving deep. We're talking about that soul-crushing moment when the universe promises you forever and then rips it away. We're talking about rejection from the one person who was supposed to be your everything, your fated mate, your other half. But here's the thing about us shifters, about survivors. We don't stay down. We rise. We heal. And sometimes we find something even better than what we lost. So grab your favorite blanket, maybe some tissues, trust me you'll need them, and settle in. Because this is the story of Kira Blackthorn, a she-wolf who lost everything and discovered she was never broken to begin with. Are you ready? Let's run. Chapter 1. The mate bond snapped at exactly 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. Kira Blackthorn would remember that detail forever. The precise moment her world stopped spinning and started burning. She'd been standing in the Crescent Moon pack house, surrounded by 200 wolves celebrating the Harvest Moon gathering, when she felt it. That golden thread that had connected her to Demon Silvercrest for 3 beautiful months suddenly went taut, vibrated once with sickening finality, and shattered into 1,000 invisible shards that buried themselves in her chest. The champagne glass slipped from her fingers. Crystal exploded across marble floors, but Kira barely heard it over the roaring in her ears. Her wolf howling, clawing, dying inside her mind. "No," she whispered, her hand flying to her chest where the bond had lived, pulsing warm and golden and right. Now there was only cold. Empty. Void. Across the crowded hall, through the sea of elegant wolves in their finest clothes, Kira's eyes found him. Demon. Her mate. The future alpha of the Silvercrest pack. 6'3" of pure muscle and dominant power, with those storm-gray eyes that had looked at her like she hung the moon. Those same eyes now looked at her with nothing. Absolutely nothing. He stood on the raised platform beside his father, Alpha Marcus Silvercrest, and the sight made Kira's knees buckle. Because wrapped around Demon's arm, pressing close to his side with a triumphant smile painted on her perfect face, was Sarah Nightshade, daughter of the Nightshade Pack Alpha. Pure bloodline. Political powerhouse. Everything Kira wasn't. "No," Kira said again, louder this time. Her wolf snarled, demanding she shift, demanding she fight. But Kira's human side knew she already lost. The crowd began to notice. Conversations died. Heads turned. The music faltered, then stopped entirely. Alpha Marcus raised his hand, and the hall fell into suffocating silence. "Wolves of Crescent Moon," his voice boomed, commanding and absolute. "Tonight marks a new chapter for our pack. Tonight, we celebrate not just the Harvest Moon, but a sacred union that will strengthen our bloodline and secure our future for generations to come." Kira's vision blurred. No. My son, Demon Silvercrest, has chosen his mate. Sarah Nightshade of the Nightshade Pack will stand beside him as future Luna when he takes his rightful place as Alpha. The hall erupted in applause. Wolves whistled and howled. Sarah beamed, her perfectly manicured hand resting possessively on Demon's chest. And Demon. He stared straight ahead, his jaw tight, his expression carved from stone. He didn't even look at Kira. But Demon. A familiar voice cut through the celebration. Kira's best friend, Maya, stepped forward from the crowd, her dark eyes flashing with fury. "He already has a mate. The bond chose." "The bond chose poorly," Alpha Marcus interrupted, his voice sharp as a blade. His eyes finally found Kira across the hall, cold and dismissive. "A future alpha cannot be bound to a wolf with diluted bloodline. Kira Blackthorn's lineage is insufficient for the Silvercrest legacy." The words landed like physical blows. Diluted bloodline. Insufficient. Kira had heard whispers before. Everyone knew her mother had been an Omega from a disbanded pack, her father a mid-rank wolf who died in a border skirmish when Kira was 5. She'd grown up on the fringes of pack hierarchy, always grateful just to belong somewhere. When the mate bond snapped into place with Demon 3 months ago, she'd thought she finally mattered. "Demon." Kira's voice cracked. She pushed through the crowd, wolves parting before her like she carried plague. "Demon, please. The bond, you felt it too. You said you loved me. You said." "It was a mistake," Demon said. For words. For simple words that destroyed her. He finally looked at her, and Kira wished he hadn't. His eyes weren't cold anymore, they were guilty, which somehow hurt worse. The mate bond doesn't understand politics, Kira. It doesn't understand duty or legacy or what's best for the pack. His voice softened, just slightly. You're a good wolf, but you're not strong enough to be Luna. You're not. Enough. Kira finished for him, her voice hollow. I'm not enough. You were always meant for a simpler life, Alpha Marcus interjected smoothly, as if discussing the weather. Perhaps a nice beta male, a quiet existence away from pack leadership. This infatuation between you and my son was a temporary madness. The moon goddess will forgive the error. A temporary madness. 3 months of stolen kisses and whispered promises and planning their future together. All reduced to madness. Kira's wolf finally stopped howling. The sudden silence in her mind was worse than the pain. I, Demon Silvercrest, son of Alpha Marcus Silvercrest. Demon's voice rang out formal and final. Hereby reject the mate bond with Kira Blackthorn. I sever the tie between us. I choose Sarah Nightshade as my mate and future Luna. The formal rejection hit Kira like silver through the heart. Her wolf screamed once, a sound of pure agony that echoed only in Kira's mind, and then went eerily, terrifyingly silent. Kira's knees hit the floor. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The place where the bond had lived felt like it was caving in on itself, a black hole consuming her from the inside out. Accept the rejection, Alpha Marcus commanded. Accept it, girl, and allow both of you to heal. Kira gasped for air. Every instinct screamed at her to refuse, to fight, to make them see. But she was one wolf against an alpha's command, against pack politics, against her own mate's choice, against her own unworthiness. Kira Blackthorn, her voice barely a whisper. Accept your rejection. The severing was instant and brutal. The last golden threads of the mate bond disintegrated, and with them went something essential. Something she couldn't name, but knew she'd never get back. When Kira looked up, Demon had already turned away. Sarah was kissing his cheek, possessive and victorious. The crowd was congratulating them, moving on, forgetting Kira existed. You have 24 hours to collect your belongings and leave pack territory, Alpha Marcus announced, his attention already shifting away from her like she was a problem solved. The Crescent Moon Pack thanks you for your service. Service. As if she'd been nothing but hired help. Maya rushed to her side, helping her stand, but Kira couldn't feel her friend's hands. Couldn't feel anything except the vast, howling emptiness where her wolf used to be. Kira, I'm so sorry, I didn't know they were planning. I need to go, Kira managed. She pulled away from Maya's grip, from the pitying stares, from the wreckage of her life. She walked through the silent crowd on numb legs. No one stopped her. No one spoke. She might as well have already been a ghost. Outside, the autumn air hit her face, cold and crisp and alive in a way she no longer felt. The full moon hung overhead, impossibly beautiful, indifferent to the suffering of one insignificant she-wolf below. Kira walked to the edge of pack territory, to the training grounds where she and Demon had spent countless dawns sparring, laughing, falling in love, where he'd first kissed her under early morning stars and told her she was his forever. She tilted her head back and let out the scream that had been building in her chest, raw, broken animal. Her wolf didn't join her. Her wolf was gone, retreated so deep inside that Kira wondered if she'd ever shift again. When the scream finally ended, Kira stood in the ringing silence and made herself a promise. She would leave, she would survive, and she would never, ever let anyone make her feel insufficient again. The Kira Blackthorn who loved Demon Silvercrest died tonight. Whatever came next would be forged from her ashes. Chapter 2. Kira packed her entire life into 2 duffel bags. 23 years of existence, and it all fit into cheap canvas and fraying zippers. Clothes that suddenly felt like they belonged to someone else. Books she'd collected from the pack library. A silver bracelet her father gave her before he died. The only thing of value she owned. Photos she almost left behind, then grabbed at the last second. Though looking at her smiling face next to Demon's made her stomach turn. The small room above the pack's mechanic shop had been her home since she turned 18. Modest. Clean. Hers. Now it felt like a cell she couldn't wait to escape. Maya burst through the door at 4 a.m., her dark curls wild, her eyes red-rimmed. You can't just leave. Kira, please. Stay with me. Alpha Marcus's order was bullshit. The Council of Elders would never approve exiling a pack member over a broken mate bond. We can fight this. With what power? Kira continued folding a sweater, her movements mechanical. She'd cried for 3 hours straight after returning from the pack house. Now she was empty. Hollow. It almost felt like peace. I'm nobody, Maya. I have no family, no rank, no alpha blood. Who's going to fight for me? I will. Maya grabbed Kira's hands, forcing her to stop packing. I'm third in command of the pack warriors. My voice carries weight. And you're not nobody. You're my best friend, and you're one of the strongest fighters we have, even if these political assholes won't acknowledge it. Kira's throat tightened. Maya had been her only real friend since childhood, the alpha's niece who never cared about bloodlines or hierarchy, who taught Kira to fight, to hunt, to believe she could be more than her birth rank suggested. If you fight for me, you'll lose your position, Kira said quietly. Possibly get exiled yourself. I won't let you sacrifice everything for someone who isn't worth it. Don't you dare. Maya's voice turned fierce. Don't you dare let Demon's cowardice and his father's cruelty make you believe you're not worth fighting for. But Kira had already pulled away, returning to her packing. I need to do this, Maya. I need to leave. Every minute I stay here, I can feel him. Even with the bond severed, I feel his presence in the pack territory like a wound that won't close. I can't heal here. Maya's shoulders sagged in defeat. Where will you go? North. Kira had been researching since midnight, her laptop glowing in the darkness as she searched for anywhere far enough away to breathe again. There's neutral territory in the Cascade Range. Old logging towns, human settlements. Places where a lone wolf can exist without pack affiliation. Lone wolves don't survive long, Kira. You know this. Without a pack bond, without your wolf. Maya's voice cracked. Your wolf hasn't surfaced since the rejection. What if she never comes back? The possibility had been circling Kira's mind like a vulture. Rejection could damage a wolf's connection to their animal spirit, sometimes permanently. Some rejected wolves never shifted again, living half-lives as broken humans who could remember what it felt like to run wild, but could never reclaim it. Then I'll survive as human, Kira said, though the words tasted like ash. People do it all the time. People aren't wolves. Maybe I'm not anymore either. Maya flinched like she'd been slapped. The silence stretched between them, heavy with everything they couldn't fix. A knock on the door made them both jump. Kira's heart seized, irrational hope and irrational fear tangling together. Maybe Demon changed his mind. Maybe he realized what he'd lost. Maybe. It's Marcus, a gruff voice called. Open up, kid. Not Demon. Marcus Stone, the pack's head mechanic, and the closest thing Kira had to family since her father died. The old wolf had given her this room, taught her to fix engines, treated her like the daughter he never had. Kira opened the door to find Marcus standing in the hallway, his weathered face lined with fury and sorrow. He held a worn leather jacket and a thick envelope. Don't say it, Kira whispered. Please don't say you're sorry too. I can't. I'm not sorry. Marcus pushed past her into the room, his massive frame making the space feel even smaller. I'm furious. That boy. He caught himself, jaw working. Alpha Marcus is a politician before he's a wolf. Always has been. But I thought Demon had more spine. Thought he'd fight for his true mate. He made his choice. Kira took the jacket Marcus offered, recognizing it as his favorite, soft leather worn smooth by decades of use. Marcus, I can't take this. You can and you will. Northern Territory gets cold as hell. You'll need it. He pressed the envelope into her hands next. There's $3,000 in there. Every penny I've saved. Don't argue, he added when Kira opened her mouth to protest. You've earned it working for me, and you'll need cash to get settled. Tears finally came again, hot and fast. I don't know how to thank you. Thank me by surviving. By thriving. Marcus pulled her into a bear hug, and Kira let herself be held, breathing in motor oil and coffee and safety one last time. And Kira, your father was my best friend. I made him a promise before he died, that I'd look after you. I failed by letting you stay in this pack when they never valued you properly. Don't fail yourself by believing they're poison. He pulled back, gripping her shoulders. You've got more strength in your little finger than most of these purebred wolves have in their entire bodies. The world beyond pack territory? It's bigger than you know. And somewhere out there is a life worthy of you. Or death. Kira tried to joke, but it fell flat. If death comes for you, Marcus said seriously, you make it work for the privilege. Understand. Despite everything, Kira smiled. Yes, sir. He nodded once, then left before emotion could crack his gruff exterior. Maya helped Kira finish packing in silence, and by the time the sun rose over Crescent Moon territory, Kira was ready to go. The walk to the border took 30 minutes. Kira chose the northern route deliberately, the path farthest from the pack house, where she wouldn't risk seeing Demon one last time. Her truck, a beat-up Ford Ranger Marcus helped her rebuild, was parked just inside pack lands. But as she approached the vehicle, Kira felt it, the prickling awareness of being watched. She turned slowly, and her heart stopped. Demon stood 50 yards away, partially hidden in the tree line. Even from this distance, she could see the tension in his shoulders, the haunted look in his eyes. He'd come. He'd actually come. For one desperate, stupid moment, hope flared in Kira's chest. Then Sarah emerged from the trees behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist possessively. She whispered something in his ear, and Demon's expression shuddered. He turned away without a word, disappearing back into the forest with his new mate. He'd come to watch her leave, not to stop her, just to make sure she actually went. The message was clear: you are nothing. You are forgotten. You are gone. Bastard, Maya hissed beside her. Kira, I swear to the moon goddess, I will make his life hell for this. But Kira was already moving, throwing her bags into the truck bed with shaking hands. She couldn't stay here another second. Couldn't breathe this air, walk this ground, exist in a place where she'd been so thoroughly erased. Stay safe, Maya said, crushing her in one final hug. Call me when you get settled. And Kira, this isn't the end of your story. It's just the end of their chapter in it. Kira nodded, not trusting her voice. She climbed into the truck, started the engine. It roared to life, reliable as always, and drove toward the border without looking back. The Crescent Moon Pack's territory marker was a carved stone monument, ancient and imposing. Pack law dictated that once she crossed it, she was no longer Pack, no longer protected, no longer anything except a lone wolf in a world that devoured the weak. Kira stopped the truck directly at the boundary line. Through the rearview mirror, she could see Crescent Moon lands stretching behind her. Rolling hills, dense forests, the life she'd known. Ahead lay the unknown. Dangerous. Uncertain. Terrifying. And somehow, for the first time in 12 hours, Kira felt something other than pain. She felt free. Okay, universe, she whispered, gripping the steering wheel tight. I did it your way. I was the good wolf, the grateful orphan, the one who knew her place. And it got me nothing but heartbreak. She revved the engine, feeling its power vibrate through her bones. So here's the new deal. I'm done being small. Done being insufficient. Done being someone's mistake. Her voice grew stronger, fierce. Whatever comes next, I'm facing it on my terms. And if the moon goddess has a problem with that. Kira slammed her foot on the accelerator, her truck roaring across the boundary line in a spray of gravel and fury. She knows where to find me. Beat of silence, then voice becomes almost conspiratorial. The drive north took 8 hours. 8 hours of highway and wilderness, of leaving behind everything familiar. Kira drove with the windows down, letting the wind tear at her hair, her lungs filling with air that didn't smell like packed territory, like demon, like her own failure. She should have felt lost, untethered. But instead, with every mile between her and Crescent Moon, Kira felt something inside her chest begin to unknot. The landscape changed gradually. Open farmland giving way to foothills, foothills rising into mountains. The road narrowed, twisted through dense pine forests that blocked out the afternoon sun. Human settlements became sparse. Gas stations appeared every 50 miles instead of every 5. This was the frontier, the wild lands, where civilization thinned and nature reclaimed its dominance. And somewhere in these mountains, Kira was going to build a life. Her research had pointed her toward a town called Havens Creek, a small logging community that had seen better days. Population 300, mostly human, with a handful of supernatural residents who kept their heads down. No dominant pack. No territorial disputes. Just a quiet place where people minded their own business. Perfect for a wolf who wanted to disappear. Kira's truck crested a ridge just as the sun began its descent, and there it was. Havens Creek spread out in the valley below, a collection of weathered buildings clustered along a river that cut through the landscape like a silver scar. Mountains rose on all sides, protective and isolating in equal measure. It looked like the end of the world. It looked like a chance to start over. Kira navigated the winding road down into the valley, her truck's engine echoing off the mountains. The main street, literally called Main Street, was 3 blocks long. storefronts with fading paint, a diner with a flickering neon sign, a bar called the Timber Wolf, which made Kira laugh bitterly at the irony, a general store, a post office, a sheriff's station, and at the far end of town, a small motel with a vacancy sign that looked permanent. Kira pulled into the motel's gravel lot and killed the engine. Silence rushed in, broken only by the distant sound of the river and wind through pines. No packed bonds humming at the edges of her consciousness. No feeling of belonging to something larger. Just her. Alone. Her wolf stirred for the first time since the rejection. Barely a whisper, but there. Still alive. Still part of her. We survive, the wolf's voice rasped, weak but defiant. Yeah, Kira whispered back, tears pricking her eyes again. We survive. She grabbed her bags and headed for the motel office. The door chimed as she entered, and a woman in her 60s looked up from a crossword puzzle, her expression neutral but assessing. Help you. Need a room. Long-term if possible. The woman's eyes sharpened, taking in Kira's appearance with the practiced evaluation of someone who'd seen plenty of runaways, drifters, and people with stories they didn't want to share. Running from trouble or toward it? Kira met her gaze steadily. Does it matter? A smile cracked the woman's weathered face. Not particularly. I'm Ruth. I own this place. Rooms are $40 a night, $250 a week, $800 a month. Pay up front. No drugs, no disturbances, no questions asked. A month, Kira decided, pulling out Marcus's envelope and counting out bills. And maybe some advice on where to find work around here. Ruth pocketed the cash and handed over a key attached to a wooden tag marked 7. The Timber Wolf is always looking for bartenders. The logging company hires seasonally. And, she paused, studying Kira with unnerving intensity. There's a woman named Evelyn Cross who runs a private security outfit up in the mountains. She prefers hiring people with special skills. Doesn't ask many questions about where they came from. The emphasis on special skills wasn't lost on Kira. Ruth knew. Somehow, this human woman knew exactly what Kira was. How did you? Been running this motel for 40 years, girl. You learned to spot the wolves. Ruth's smile turned knowing. Don't worry. Havens Creek is neutral ground. Has been for a century. Supernaturals are welcome here as long as they keep the peace. The locals know, and they don't care. We've got our own problems to worry about. Relief and suspicion tangled together in Kira's chest. What kind of problems? The kind that pay good money to people willing to handle them. Ruth turned back to her crossword. Room 7 is around back. Quiet. Private. And Kira. Kira froze halfway to the door. She hadn't given her name. Ruth didn't look up from her puzzle. Whatever happened that brought you here. Whatever you lost. This town has a way of giving people what they need. Not always what they want, but what they need. Give it a chance. Kira nodded slowly, then stepped back into the fading light. The key felt heavy in her hand. A physical weight, a symbol of her new reality. Room 7 was exactly what she expected. Small, clean, impersonal. A bed, a bathroom, a window overlooking the mountains. Home for now. Kira dropped her bags and collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling as exhaustion crashed over her. She'd driven 8 hours, left her pack, crossed into unknown territory, and somehow survived the first day of her new life. Her phone buzzed, a text from Maya. Made it, Kira typed back. Yeah, I'm okay. It was a lie. She wasn't okay. Might never be okay again. But she was here. She was breathing. She was free from the suffocating weight of pack politics and bloodline obsession and demons' guilt-ridden eyes. Another text came through, this one unexpected. An unknown number. Welcome to Havens Creek, little wolf. We've been waiting for you. Kira's blood ran cold. She sat up, her heart racing, her wolf suddenly alert and snarling. Someone knew she was here. Someone had been waiting for her. She went to the window, scanning the parking lot, the tree line beyond. Shadows stretched long in the dying light. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared threatening. But Kira could feel it. The prickling awareness of being watched. Being hunted. Her phone buzzed again. Don't be afraid. But do be ready. Havens Creek has secrets, and you just became part of one. Come to the Cross Guard security office tomorrow at noon. Ask for Evelyn. She'll explain everything. And Kira, that rejection that broke you? It just saved your life. Sleep well. The message ended. The sender's number disappeared from her screen like it had never existed. Kira stood frozen in her motel room, her wolf pacing and growling, her mind racing through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. She'd come to Haven's Creek to hide, to heal, to disappear. Instead, she'd stumbled into something else entirely. Chapter 3. Kira didn't sleep. She spent the night pacing her motel room like a caged animal, her wolf restless beneath her skin. Every shadow outside the window made her jump. Every creak of the old building set her nerves on fire. The mysterious text messages played on repeat in her mind, each word dissected and analyzed until they lost all meaning. That rejection that broke you? It just saved your life. What the hell did that mean? By the time dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Kira had made a decision. She could run again, pack up, drive further north, disappear into Canada or beyond. Or she could face whatever waited for her at cross-guard security. Running hadn't worked out so well the first time. At 11:45 a.m., Kira stood outside a converted warehouse on the outskirts of Haven's Creek. The building looked abandoned from the outside. Weathered metal siding, broken windows on the upper floors, weeds growing through cracks in the parking lot. But Kira's enhanced senses caught the subtle tells of life within. Security cameras hidden in the eaves. The faint hum of generators. And underneath it all, the unmistakable scent of wolves. Multiple wolves. Her wolf stirred, uncertain whether to be comforted or terrified by the presence of her own kind. Careful, her inner beast warned. We don't know these wolves. Don't know if they're friend or enemy. Only one way to find out, Kira muttered. She pushed through the front door and stopped dead. The interior bore no resemblance to the derelict exterior. The warehouse had been transformed into a high-tech operation center. Computer stations lined one wall, monitors displaying what looked like topographical maps, satellite imagery, and security feeds. A weapons rack held everything from standard firearms to specialized equipment Kira didn't recognize. Training mats occupied the far corner, and the scent of sweat and determination hung in the air. Half a dozen people worked throughout the space, and every single one of them stopped what they were doing the moment Kira entered. Every single one was supernatural. Kira could feel it, the crackling energy of shifted power barely contained in human skin. Kira Blackthorn. The voice came from above. Kira looked up to find a woman descending a metal staircase from a second-floor office. She moved with predatory grace, and power radiated from her like heat from a flame. Mid-40s, silver-blonde hair pulled into a severe bun, wearing tactical gear that had seen real combat. Scars traced along her exposed forearms. Not the random marks of accidents, but the deliberate patterns of ritual scarification. Alpha energy rolled off her in waves, and Kira's wolf immediately wanted to submit. But Kira forced herself to stand tall, to meet the woman's ice-blue eyes without flinching. Evelyn Cross, I presume. The very same. Evelyn reached the ground floor and circled Kira slowly, assessing. Crescent Moon Pack. Rejected mate. Severed bond. Left pack territory less than 24 hours ago. She stopped in front of Kira, head tilted. You're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to walk into an unknown alpha's territory alone and wounded. I'm not afraid of you, Kira lied. Evelyn's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. Yes, you are. But you came anyway. That's what interests me. She gestured toward the staircase. My office. We need to talk and you need answers. Kira followed Evelyn up the stairs, hyper-aware of the eyes watching her from below. The office was sparse but functional. A desk covered in files, a wall of weapons that made the downstairs rack look like a toy collection, and floor-to-ceiling windows that provided a perfect view of the entire operation, and of anyone trying to enter or leave. Evelyn shut the door and moved to a small bar cart in the corner. Whiskey. It's noon, and you look like you haven't slept in a week. Sit. Drink. Listen. Kira accepted the glass because refusing felt more dangerous than accepting. The whiskey burned going down, but it steadied her nerves. She sat in the chair across from Evelyn's desk while the alpha woman settled behind it, her posture deceptively relaxed. How do you know who I am? Kira asked. Because I've been tracking you since the moment the Crescent Moon Pack's rejection ritual was completed. Evelyn pulled out a file folder and slid it across the desk. Kira opened it with trembling hands. Inside were photos of her. Recent photos. Her walking through Crescent Moon territory. Loading her truck. Driving north. Arriving at the motel last night. You've been stalking me? Protecting you. Evelyn corrected. There's a difference, though I admit the distinction can feel academic when you're on the receiving end. Why would I need protection? I'm nobody. I'm just the last living descendant of the Blackthorn bloodline, Evelyn interrupted. One of the original 7 packs. One of the 3 founding bloodlines that established supernatural law in North America. And the only bloodline with the genetic marker for true sight. The words hit Kira like a physical blow. That's insane. My family is nobody. My mother was an Omega from a disbanded pack. My father was mid-rank at best. There's no ancient bloodline, no special powers, no. Your mother was Elena Blackthorn, Evelyn said quietly. Last daughter of the Blackthorn pack before it was systematically destroyed 30 years ago. Your father, Marcus Blackthorn. Yes, that Marcus, the one who raised you as Marcus Stone, was her mate and protector. They went into hiding to keep you safe. They died to keep you safe. The room tilted. Kira gripped the edge of the desk, her knuckles white. No, Marcus is alive. He's the pack mechanic. He's your uncle, your father's brother, who took you in when your parents were killed and swore to protect you even if it meant lying to you your whole life. Kira's vision blurred. The whiskey glass slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor without breaking. Everything she thought she knew about her identity, her family, her history, all of it was crumbling like sand. The Blackthorn pack was exterminated because of what they could do, Evelyn continued, her voice matter-of-fact despite the horror of her words. True sight, the ability to see the bonds that connect all supernatural beings. Mate bonds, pack bonds, blood oaths, curses. Everything that binds our world together, your bloodline could perceive and, in some cases, manipulate. That's not possible, Kira whispered. If I had some kind of special power, I would know. I would have used it when Demon rejected you. Evelyn's expression softened slightly. True sight doesn't manifest until after a significant trauma. Usually the first rejection or the first time you witness death. It's a survival mechanism. Your ancestors needed to see the bonds to understand who could be trusted, who was bound by blood oaths, who was cursed. Kira's mind raced back to last night. The moment the bond snapped. The moment she felt like she was dying. And then she'd looked at Demon, and for just a split second, she'd seen something. Threads of golden light connecting him to Sarah, but they weren't natural. They were forced, knotted and twisted and wrong. She'd thought it was her imagination. Her desperate mind trying to find excuses for his betrayal. You saw it, Evelyn said, reading her expression. You saw the artificial bond between Demon and Sarah Nightshade. Artificial? Kira's voice cracked. Mate bonds can't be artificially created. It's impossible. For most wolves, yes. But the Nightshade pack has spent decades researching blood magic. Dark magic. They've found a way to forge false mate bonds. Temporary, but strong enough to override a true bond if the ritual is performed correctly. Evelyn leaned forward, her eyes intense. Sarah didn't steal Demon from you through politics or seduction. She chained him with blood magic. And the only reason she needed to do that is because Demon's true bond with you was too strong to break naturally. The room spun. Kira pressed her hands against her temples, trying to process everything. But why? Why would anyone go through that much trouble? I'm nobody. I'm the last Blackthorn, Evelyn repeated. And someone very, very powerful wants you either controlled or dead. The Nightshade pack is just one piece of a much larger game. A knock on the door interrupted them. A man stepped inside without waiting for permission. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and eyes the color of honey. He moved like a fighter, and power rolled off him in waves. Another alpha. But more than that, Kira's newly awakened sight flickered, and for a moment she saw him wreathed in silver light, ancient and powerful. Evelyn, we've got movement on the southern perimeter. 3 wolves approaching fast. They're not trying to hide. His eyes cut to Kira. And they smell like Crescent Moon pack. Kira's heart stopped. No, they wouldn't follow me. Alpha Marcus said I had 24 hours. To leave, which you did. The man's expression was grim. But nobody said anything about them not coming after you once you were off their territory. Evelyn was already moving, grabbing weapons from the wall with practiced efficiency. Riker, get the team mobilized. Perimeter defense, non-lethal if possible. We don't need a pack war on our doorstep. Wait. Kira stood on shaking legs. I'll leave. I'll go somewhere else. I'm not worth fighting over. You're worth everything, Evelyn said sharply. And the sooner you understand that, the sooner you'll stop running and start fighting back. She handed Kira a knife, silver-edged, perfectly balanced. You know how to use this? Ah, yes. But, no buts. Those wolves are here for you. Maybe they're here to finish the job of driving you away. Maybe they're here to bring you back in chains. Maybe they're here to kill you. But either way, you have two choices. Hide and hope we can protect you, or stand and prove you're not the weak wolf they think you are. Kira stared at the knife in her hand. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to hide, to make herself small and invisible like she'd done her whole life. But then she thought about Demon's guilty eyes, Alpha Marcus's dismissive sneer, Sarah's triumphant smile. Diluted bloodline. Insufficient. A mistake. Her wolf snarled, rising to the surface for the first time since the rejection. Not fully, not enough to shift, but enough to feel her claws extend, her senses sharpen, her strength return. I'm done running, Kira said, and meant it. Evelyn's smile was fierce and approving. Good. Then let's go meet your former pack and show them exactly what they lost. The three wolves from Crescent Moon Pack stood at the perimeter of Crossguard Security's property line. Kira recognized them immediately: Drake, Leo, and Sienna. All mid-rank warriors. All wolves who'd smiled at her at pack gatherings, trained with her, pretended to be her friends. All wolves who'd stood silent when she was banished. Crossguard's team had assembled quickly. 12 operatives, all supernatural, all armed and ready. They flanked Evelyn and Kira as they approached the property line. A show of force that made the Crescent Moon wolves nervous. Good. That's far enough, Evelyn called out when they were 20 feet from the boundary. State your business or leave. This is neutral territory and you're not welcome here. Drake stepped forward, his expression carefully neutral. We're not here to cause trouble, Alpha Cross. We're here on orders from Alpha Marcus Silvercrest. We have a message for Kira Blackthorn. I'm right here, Kira said, stepping forward despite Evelyn's warning hand on her arm. Say what you came to say. Drake's eyes flickered with something. Regret? Shame. It was gone too fast to identify. Alpha Marcus has reconsidered the terms of your departure. He's willing to allow you back into pack territory if you agree to certain conditions. Kira's laugh was bitter. Let me guess. Stay quiet. Stay away from Demon. Know my place. Accept being treated like I don't exist. The Alpha is being generous, Sienna said, her voice sharp. You should be grateful he's giving you another chance after you caused such a scene. After I caused a scene? Kira's voice rose, and her wolf surged forward. I was rejected in front of the entire pack. My mate bond was severed. I was exiled. And somehow I'm the one who caused the scene. You could have accepted it quietly, Leo muttered. Could have left with dignity instead of making everyone uncomfortable. The casual cruelty of it, the sheer audacity, made something inside Kira snap. She felt her true sight flare to life, and suddenly she could see them. Really see them. Drake, bound by chains of loyalty to Alpha Marcus that glowed dull bronze. Pack bonds twisted by dominance and fear rather than true loyalty. Leo, carrying the shadow of a blood oath that hung over him like a noose. He'd promised something to someone, and it owned him. And Sienna. Kira's breath caught. Sienna's bonds were wrong. Corrupted. Threaded through with black veins that pulsed with dark magic. You're not here to bring me back, Kira said slowly, understanding dawning. You're here to kill me. Sienna's eyes widened, then narrowed. Perceptive. Seems exile sharpened your instincts. Crossguard's team immediately went on high alert, weapons raised. Evelyn's power flooded the air, making it hard to breathe. You threaten someone under my protection, you threaten me. Leave now while you still can. We have our orders, Drake said, though he looked sick about it. Alpha Marcus said. He said Kira knows things that could damage the pack's reputation. She needs to be dealt with. I don't know anything. Kira protested. I'm just the last Blackthorn, Sienna interrupted, smiling cruelly. Oh yes, Kira. We know. Alpha Marcus knows. The Nightshade Pack knows. And they all want you dead before your true sight fully manifests and you start seeing things you shouldn't. Like what? Kira demanded. Like the fact that Demon didn't just reject you for politics. Sienna's smile widened. Like the fact that the Crescent Moon Pack has been experimenting with blood magic for years. Like the fact that your parents didn't die in an accident. They were executed because they discovered the truth. The world tilted. Kira felt Evelyn's hand on her shoulder, steadying her, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from Sienna's face. What truth? Kira whispered. That the 7 founding packs aren't gone, Sienna said. They're being systematically destroyed by the Council of Alphas. Because bloodlines like yours, bloodlines with real power, threaten the political structure the Council has spent centuries building. Can't have wolves who can see through blood oaths and forced bonds running around, can we? Might make people question who really rules the supernatural world. You're lying, Kira said, but her voice lacked conviction. Am I? Sienna's eyes gleamed. Ask yourself why the Blackthorn pack was destroyed. Why the Moonweaver pack disappeared 20 years ago. Why the Storecaller pack voluntarily disbanded 15 years ago. All ancient bloodlines. All gone. And now you're the last loose end. Drake shifted uncomfortably. Sienna, we weren't supposed to tell her. She's going to die anyway, Sienna snapped. Might as well know why. Then she shifted. The transformation was instant and violent, bones cracking, fur rippling across skin. But it wasn't a natural shift. Kira's true sight showed her the black veins spreading through Sienna's wolf form, corrupting it, strengthening it with dark magic. Run, Evelyn shouted, shoving Kira backward. But Kira didn't run. Her wolf roared to life inside her, and for the first time since the rejection, Kira felt the shift take hold. It hurt, moon goddess, it hurt, like her body had forgotten how to transform. But she pushed through the pain, let her wolf rise, let the change consume her. When Kira opened her eyes, she was on 4 legs, her senses exploding with input. And she was angry. Sienna charged across the boundary line, and all hell broke loose. Crossguard's team met the Crescent Moon Wolves with brutal efficiency. Drake and Leo tried to retreat, but Evelyn's operatives cut them off, forcing them to their knees with silver-laced restraints. But Sienna, corrupted, enhanced by dark magic, was a different threat entirely. She went straight for Kira. They collided in a tangle of fur and fangs. Sienna was stronger, faster, more experienced. But Kira had rage on her side. Rage and desperation, and the furious need to prove she was more than the weak wolf everyone thought her to be. They rolled across the ground, snapping and clawing. Sienna's teeth found Kira's shoulder, tearing through fur and flesh. Kira yelped but twisted, sinking her own fangs into Sienna's foreleg. Blood filled her mouth, bitter, wrong, tainted by whatever dark magic corrupted the other wolf. See her, a voice whispered in Kira's mind. Not her wolf. Something older. Deeper. See the bonds. See the weakness. Kira's true sight flared, and suddenly she could see it. The threads of dark magic woven through Sienna's form. And more than that, she could see where they anchored. The source point glowing sickly green, buried in Sienna's chest. Kira didn't think. She acted on instinct, focusing every ounce of her newfound power on that anchor point, and pulled. Sienna's howl of agony split the air. The dark magic unraveled, threads snapping one by one, and the corrupted wolf collapsed, shifting back to human form. She lay gasping on the ground, her eyes wide with shock and terror. How? Sienna wheezed. How did you? Kira shifted back to human, her body screaming in protest. Blood dripped from her shoulder, but she barely felt it. I saw you, really saw you, and I took away the power that wasn't yours to begin with. Evelyn was at her side instantly, wrapping a blanket around Kira's naked, trembling form. That was incredible, the Alpha breathed. True sight and the ability to sever magical bonds. Kira, do you understand what you just did? I survived, Kira said simply. You did more than survive. Riker, the male Alpha from earlier, had Drake and Leo restrained, both of them staring at Kira like she'd grown a second head. You just proved you're exactly what the Council of Alphas fears most. A Blackthorn with fully manifested powers. Kira looked at the 3 Crescent Moon Wolves, defeated, terrified, and utterly at her mercy. Part of her wanted revenge. Wanted to make them hurt the way they'd hurt her. But a larger part just wanted it to be over. Take them, she said to Evelyn. Question them. Find out what they know about my parents, about the Council, about all of it. But don't kill them. They're just pawns in someone else's game. Evelyn nodded slowly. You're more merciful than I would be. I'm too tired to be anything else, Kira admitted. As Crossguard's team hauled the prisoners away, Kira stood in the afternoon sunlight, bloodied and exhausted and fundamentally changed. Her old life was truly dead now. There was no going back to being the nobody from Crescent Moon, the rejected mate who'd slunk away in shame. She was Kira Blackthorn, last of her bloodline, wielder of true sight, and apparently a threat to the most powerful wolves in North America. "So what now?" she asked Evelyn. The alpha smiled, fierce and proud. Now we train you. We teach you to use your gifts. We find out exactly who killed your parents and why. And then we burn their world down." Chapter 4. 3 weeks changed everything. 3 weeks of training until Kira's muscles screamed and her wolf begged for rest. 3 weeks of learning to control her true sight instead of being controlled by it. 3 weeks of discovering that she wasn't weak. She'd just been surrounded by wolves who needed her to believe she was. Kira stood in Crossguard's training room at dawn, sweat dripping down her spine. Her breathing steady despite the brutal workout Evelyn had just put her through. Her shoulder, the one Sienna had torn, had healed with only a faint scar. Accelerated healing, Evelyn explained, was another gift of the Blackthorn bloodline. "Again," Evelyn commanded from across the mat. Kira didn't argue. She closed her eyes, let her true sight unfold, and examined the bonds connecting everyone in the building. Evelyn's pack bonds glowed silver blue, strong and clear. She led through respect, not fear. Riker's bonds were similar but edged with gold, suggesting he was more than just her second in command. And the other operatives? "Stop cataloging and start acting," Evelyn called. "You need to learn to see threats instantly, not study everyone like you're writing a dissertation." Kira opened her eyes, frustrated. "I'm trying, but there's so much information. Every bond tells a story, and I can't filter." Evelyn crossed the mat, her expression understanding but firm. "Right now, you're drinking from a fire hose. You need to learn to take sips. Focus only on what matters in the moment: threats, corrupted bonds, blood magic. Let the rest become background noise." "How?" "Practice, repetition, and accepting that you'll make mistakes." Evelyn's expression softened slightly. "You've made incredible progress, Kira. 3 weeks ago, you could barely shift. Now you're seeing bonds that most wolves don't even know exist. Give yourself credit." But credit felt dangerous. Every time Kira started to feel capable, her mind whispered demons' words. "Not strong enough. Not enough." As if sensing her thoughts, Evelyn said quietly, "He was wrong, you know. About all of it. How can you be sure?" "Because I've been doing this for 20 years, and I've trained hundreds of wolves. You have more raw power in your little finger than Demon Silvercrest has in his entire body. He rejected you because you threatened him. Because deep down, he knew you'd outgrow him." The words should have felt like comfort. Instead, they felt like pressure. "What if I can't control it? What if?" A commotion outside interrupted her. Raised voices, the sound of vehicles. And then Riker burst through the training room door, his expression grim. "We've got a situation. Injured wolf at the perimeter, half dead and refusing medical help. Says he'll only speak to Kira Blackthorn." Kira's heart stopped. "Is it?" "Not Crescent Moon," Riker said quickly, reading her fear. "Different scent. Ancient. Powerful. And he's been tortured, Kira. Badly. They found him collapsed just inside Crossguard's property line, and Kira's breath caught. Even broken and bleeding, the wolf was magnificent. He'd shifted back to human form, and someone had draped a blanket over him. But Kira could see the damage. Burns across his back. Silver burns that wouldn't heal quickly. Deep lacerations along his ribs. And his eyes. His eyes were the color of amber shot through with gold, and they fixed on Kira with an intensity that made her wolf stir with something that wasn't fear. "You're her," he rasped. "The last Blackthorn." Kira knelt beside him, ignoring Evelyn's warning hand on her shoulder. Up close, she could see he was younger than she'd first thought, maybe 30, with dark hair and features that would be handsome without the blood and pain. But more than that, she could see his bonds. Her true sight showed her a wolf wrapped in silver light, so pure it almost hurt to look at. His pack bonds were severed, recently violently. And underneath the wounds, she could see something else. Ancient bloodline markers, similar to her own. "Who are you?" she whispered. "Thane Wolfheart." Each word seemed to cost him. "Last son of the Wolfheart pack. And I came to warn you. They're coming. The Council. They know about you. They know what you can do." "How do you know about me?" "Because they tortured it out of me." His laugh was bitter, wet with blood. "I was investigating the deaths of the founding bloodlines. Got too close to the truth. They caught me, used blood magic to tear through my memories, and saw everything I'd learned, including whispers of a Blackthorn who survived." Evelyn cursed under her breath. How long do we have? Days. Maybe less. Thane's eyes found Kira's again. They'll send hunters. Specialists trained to kill wolves like us. Like you. They won't stop until... He coughed, blood flecking his lips. Get him to medical, Evelyn ordered. Now. But Thane's hand shot out, catching Kira's wrist with surprising strength. No. No hospitals. No outsiders. The council has spies everywhere. If they find out I'm here, they'll come immediately. You need help, Kira protested. Those silver burns can be healed. By you. Kira blinked. I'm not a healer. I can see bonds, I can break dark magic, but I can't. Blackthorns weren't just seers, Thane said urgently. You could manipulate all bonds, including the bond between body and spirit. Your ancestors could heal wounds that should have been fatal by reconnecting severed life threads. It's in you. You just need to learn. I don't know how. Then figure it out, Thane's grip tightened. Because I'm the only one who knows where the council is keeping the records. The proof of what they did to our families. And if I die, that information dies with me. His hand fell away, and he slumped unconscious. Kira stared at him, then at Evelyn, panic rising in her chest. I can't. I don't know how. You can. Evelyn's voice was firm. I've seen you do impossible things in 3 weeks. This is just one more. But Kira, you need to decide right now if you're going to keep doubting yourself or start trusting your power. Kira looked down at Thane's broken body. At the silver burns that gleamed wet and angry. At the blood seeping into the earth beneath him. Her true sight flickered, and she could see his life force, dimming, fading, the threads connecting his body to his soul starting to fray. He was dying. And if he died, so did their only lead on the truth about her parents. Get him inside, Kira heard herself say. I'll try. Voice becomes intimate, focused. They set Thane up in Crossguard's medical bay, a converted warehouse room with equipment that rivaled most hospitals. Kira had demanded everyone leave except Evelyn, needing the Alpha's steady presence as she faced the impossible task ahead. Thane lay unconscious on the medical table, his breathing shallow and labored. The silver burns were the worst. Silver poisoning could kill a wolf slowly, painfully, as it corrupted the supernatural healing that should have saved them. Kira's hands shook as she placed them over the largest burn on his back. She closed her eyes and let her true sight unfold, focusing not on the bonds between people, but on the bonds within Thane himself. And there she could see it, the web of silver light that connected his physical body to his spirit. The threads that should have been strong and vibrant were dull, fraying, severed in places by the silver poison. I see them, Kira breathed. The life threads. They're breaking. Can you repair them? Evelyn asked quietly. I don't know. I've never. Kira focused harder, reaching out with her power. Not her hands, but something deeper. Something that lived in her blood, her bones, her very essence as a blackthorn. She touched the nearest severed thread with her consciousness, and information flooded her. She could feel Thane's pain, his determination, his fury at the council that had destroyed his family. And underneath it all, she felt his wolf, proud, ancient, refusing to surrender even as death circled closer. Stubborn, her own wolf observed with something like respect. Kira smiled despite the gravity of the situation. Then she focused on the severed thread and pulled it toward its mate, willing them to reconnect. The threads resisted at first, the silver poison fighting her every step. But Kira pushed harder, pouring her power into the connection, and slowly, so slowly, the threads began to weave back together. One thread, then another, then another. Sweat dripped into Kira's eyes. Her head pounded with the effort. But she kept going, moving from thread to thread, repairing the damage the silver had done. The burns themselves wouldn't heal instantly, but if she could reconnect enough life threads, Thane's own supernatural healing could do the rest. Time lost meaning. Kira existed only in the space between body and spirit, between life and death, between what was and what could be. Her power flowed through her like a river, endless and ancient, and for the first time since her rejection, Kira felt whole. This was what she was meant to do. Not cower in the shadow of more dominant wolves. Not accept being called insufficient. But this, using her gifts to save lives, to fight back against the darkness that had stolen so much from her family. Kira. Evelyn's voice cut through her focus. Kira, that's enough. You're burning through too much energy. But Kira couldn't stop. She was so close. Just a few more threads, just a little more. A hand closed over hers, warm and surprisingly gentle. Kira's eyes flew open to find Thane awake, his amber gold gaze locked on her face. "Stop," he said softly. "I can feel you tearing yourself apart to save me. Stop. But you're not fully healed. I'm healed enough to survive, which is more than I was 30 minutes ago." Thane's thumb brushed across her knuckles, the touch sending unexpected sparks through Kira's skin. "Thank you. I've never felt anything like that, like being remade from the inside out." Kira pulled her hand away, suddenly aware of how intimate the healing had been. She'd been inside his very essence, touching the core of what made him him, and he'd felt every moment of it. "How do you feel?" Evelyn asked, all business. Thane sat up slowly, testing his range of motion. The burns on his back were still visible, but healing rapidly now. "Like I got hit by a truck, but I'll live. Thanks to your blackthorn here." "She's not my blackthorn," Evelyn said with a slight smile. "She's her own wolf. But yes, she just saved your life, so you owe her." "I'm aware." Thane's eyes never left Kira. "And I pay my debts. Which is why I'm going to tell you everything I know about the council, the hunters, and what they're planning for you." Kira sank into a nearby chair, exhaustion crashing over her now that the adrenaline was fading. "Start talking." Over the next hour, Thane laid it all out. The Council of Alphas, 13 of the most powerful packs in North America, had been systematically eliminating the founding bloodlines for decades. Not overtly, but through accidents, territorial disputes, and mysterious illnesses that decimated entire packs. The founding bloodlines had gifts the council couldn't control, Thane explained, his voice growing stronger as he spoke. Blackthorns could see and manipulate bonds. Wolfhearts, my family, could communicate with any supernatural creature, breaking down the barriers between species. Stormcallers could control weather. Moonweavers could walk between the physical and spirit realms. Each bloodline posed a threat to the council's absolute authority. "So they killed everyone," Kira said flatly. "Everyone they could find. But a few escaped, went into hiding. Your parents were among them." Thane's expression softened. "I'm sorry about what happened to them. They were good people. They were trying to find others like them, trying to build a resistance. That's when the council found them." Kira's throat tightened. "And you? Why were you investigating?" "Because they killed my family too." Thane's voice went hard. "My parents, my sisters, my entire pack. Burned alive in what the council called a tragic wildfire. I was away at university, studying supernatural law. By the time I got home, there was nothing left but ash and bones." "I'm sorry," Kira whispered. "Don't be sorry. Be angry." Thane leaned forward, intensity radiating from him. "Be furious. Because that fury is what's going to keep you alive when the hunters come. And they will come, Kira. The council doesn't tolerate loose ends." "Let them come," Kira said, surprised by the steel in her own voice. "I'm done hiding. Done running. Done being told I'm not enough." Thane smiled, and it transformed his face from merely handsome to devastating. "Good. Because I have a plan. But it's going to require you trusting me. I don't even know you. Then get to know me." Thane stood, moving with surprising grace for someone who'd been half dead an hour ago. "I'm staying in Havens Creek. Evelyn has already agreed to give me a room here at Crossguard. We train together, plan together, and when the hunters come, we fight together." "Why would you do that?" "You don't owe me anything beyond what you've already told me. Maybe I'm tired of being alone." Thane's expression turned serious. "The council took everything from both of us. Our families, our packs, our futures. But they didn't break us. And together? Together we might actually have a chance at making them pay for what they did." Kira looked at Evelyn, who nodded slightly. "He's right. You're stronger together. And if the council is sending hunters, we'll need every advantage we can get." "Fine," Kira said. "But I have conditions. You tell me everything you know. No secrets. No surprises. And if you betray me, if I betray you, you can sever every life thread in my body and watch me die slowly," Thane said without hesitation. "Fair." Despite herself, Kira smiled. "Fair." He extended his hand. Kira took it, and the moment their skin touched, her true sight flared. She saw Thane's bonds, severed pack connections, yes, but also something else. Something that glowed faint gold, stretching between him and her. Kira snatched her hand back like she'd been burned. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Thane said, but his eyes told a different story. He'd felt it too. "Maybe it's because you healed me, created a temporary bond between us. Maybe, Kira echoed, but her wolf was pacing, agitated and excited in equal measure. Because that golden thread hadn't felt temporary. It had felt like destiny. Voice drops to a whisper filled with promise. That night, Kira lay in her motel room. She'd refused Evelyn's offer to stay at Crossguard full-time, needing space to think and breathe, and stared at the ceiling. Her phone buzzed with a text from Maya, the first in days. Heard you've been making waves. Proud of you. Also, Demon's been asking about you. Says he made a mistake. Wants to talk. 6 weeks ago, that message would have made Kira's heart soar. The hope that he'd realized what he'd lost, that he wanted her back. Now she felt nothing but cold anger. She typed back. Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I've moved on. Tell him the weak wolf he rejected doesn't exist anymore. Maya's response was immediate. Hell yes. That's my girl. Also be careful. The pack is nervous. They know you're alive, and rumors are spreading about what you did to Sienna. Some of the younger wolves are calling you a hero. The alphas are calling you a threat. Kira smiled in the darkness. Good. Let them be nervous. Let them wonder what else the insufficient Blackthorn can do. She set her phone aside and closed her eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, her mind replayed the moment she'd touched Thane's hand, seen that golden thread connecting them. It wasn't a mate bond. She'd felt that with Demon, and this was different. Softer. More potential than actuality. Like the universe was saying, this could be something, if you're brave enough to try. But Kira had been burned once. Shattered so completely she'd thought she'd never be whole again. The idea of opening herself up to that kind of pain again made her wolf whimper with fear. But what if he's different? Her wolf whispered. What if the moon goddess gave us a second chance? It's too soon, Kira murmured to the empty room. I'm not ready. I'm not. Healed. Her wolf finished. Strong. Whole. Kira, you just saved a dying wolf using powers you didn't know you had 3 weeks ago. You severed dark magic that should have been impossible to break. You're standing up to the Council of Alphas. When exactly will you be ready? Kira didn't have an answer. But as she finally drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of amber gold eyes and golden threads and the terrifying, exhilarating possibility that maybe, just maybe, she was ready to believe in something good again. Voice builds with tension. The attack came at 3 a.m. Kira woke to the sound of glass shattering and the acrid smell of silver and blood. She rolled out of bed on pure instinct, hitting the floor as a silver blade embedded itself in the wall where her head had been seconds before. 3 figures stood in her motel room, dressed in black tactical gear, faces covered. Hunters. And they'd come for her. Kira Blackthorn. One of them said, voice distorted by a modulator. The council has deemed you a threat to supernatural order. Come quietly, and we'll make it quick. Kira's wolf surged forward, and she shifted in a burst of pain and power. She was faster now, stronger. The weeks of training paying off as she met the first hunter's charge with fangs and fury. The fight was brutal and desperate. The hunters were trained, equipped with silver weapons and blood magic charms that burned her skin. But Kira was fighting for her life, for her future, for every wolf who'd been told they weren't enough. She tore through the first hunter's arm, sending them reeling. The second caught her across the ribs with a silver-laced whip that made her howl in agony. But then she remembered what Thane had taught her during their afternoon training session. Use your true sight in combat. See their weaknesses. See where they're vulnerable. Kira focused through the pain, and there, she could see the magical wards protecting the hunters. But wards were just bonds, and bonds could be broken. She poured her power into severing the ward on the second hunter, and the protective magic shattered like glass. Without the ward, the hunter was just human, vulnerable, mortal. Kira didn't kill them, but she made sure they wouldn't get back up. The third hunter backed toward the broken window. This isn't over. The council has eyes everywhere. They'll send more. Stronger. You can't. An arrow sprouted from the hunter's shoulder, and they collapsed with a cry. Kira spun to see Thane crouched on the roof of the adjacent building, bow in hand, amber eyes glowing in the darkness. You okay? He called. Kira shifted back to human, grabbing a sheet to cover herself. Her body was covered in cuts and burns, but she was alive. How did you know? I felt it, through the bond we formed during the healing. I felt your fear spike and came running. Thane dropped gracefully from the roof, landing in the parking lot. We need to go. Now. If they found you here, this location is compromised. Within minutes, Crossguard's team descended on the motel. Evelyn took one look at the carnage and cursed. Pack everything. We're going dark. The council just declared war. As they loaded into vehicles, Thane appeared at Kira's side. You did good tonight. Stayed calm, used your gifts. You're a natural fighter. I'm terrified, Kira admitted. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. His hand found hers in the darkness, and this time Kira didn't pull away. But you're not alone anymore. Remember that. The golden thread between them pulsed warm and steady, and for the first time since her rejection, Kira thought maybe, just maybe, being bound to someone didn't have to mean losing herself. Maybe it could mean finding herself instead. Chapter 5. Crossguard's safe house was buried deep in the mountains, accessible only by a winding dirt road that disappeared from maps decades ago. The compound consisted of 3 reinforced cabins connected by underground tunnels, surrounded by wards so powerful Kira could see them shimmering in the air like heat waves. Welcome to the sanctuary, Evelyn said as they pulled through the outer perimeter. Built by the founding packs before the council took over. One of the last neutral strongholds left in North America. Kira pressed her face to the vehicle window, her true sight showing her layer upon layer of protective magic woven through the forest. It's beautiful. It's necessary, Riker corrected from the driver's seat. After tonight, the council knows you're not going down easy. They'll escalate. We need to be ready. The attack on the motel had left 2 hunters unconscious and 1 escaped. Enough to send a message, but not enough to give away all of Kira's capabilities. Evelyn had made the strategic decision to retreat and regroup rather than face whatever the council sent next unprepared. Smart. But it felt like running, and Kira's wolf chafed at the retreat. Patience, her wolf counseled, surprising her with its wisdom. A good hunter knows when to hide and when to strike. They settled into the main cabin as dawn broke over the mountains. The space was larger than it appeared from outside. Open concept living area, industrial kitchen, multiple bedrooms branching off a central hallway. Comfortable, but clearly designed for function over form. You'll bunk in the east wing, Evelyn told Kira. Thane's in the room next to yours. The rest of the team is distributed throughout the compound. We work in shifts, training, surveillance, rest. Everyone pulls their weight. What about going into town? Supplies? Normal life? Kira asked. Evelyn's expression was grim. Until we know the council's next move, no one leaves the compound without a team. And normal life just became a luxury you can't afford. I'm sorry, but it's fine. Kira cut her off, surprised to find she meant it. Normal life was what had made her weak, made her accept being treated as less than. This new reality, dangerous, uncertain, but hers, felt more honest. I didn't come this far to get killed because I needed groceries. Thane appeared in the doorway, showered and changed, looking far too put together for someone who'd been chasing hunters through the night. Smart wolf. I like her, Evelyn. Everyone likes her, Evelyn said dryly. That's not the problem. The problem is keeping her alive long enough to figure out what the hell we're going to do about the council. I have some thoughts on that, Thane said. But first, Kira needs to eat, heal, and rest. In that order. He was right. Kira's body was running on adrenaline and spite, but exhaustion was creeping in at the edges. The silver burns from the hunter's whip throbbed with every breath. Food sounds good, she admitted. 20 minutes later, Kira sat at the kitchen island with a plate of eggs and bacon that Thane had somehow produced from the well-stocked pantry. He moved around the kitchen with easy confidence, and Kira found herself watching him more than she probably should. You're staring, Thane said without turning around. I'm observing. There's a difference. Uh-huh. He slid into the seat beside her with his own plate. What are you observing? That you're nothing like Demon. That you cook. That you haven't once tried to tell me what to do or who to be. That the bond between us keeps getting stronger, and it terrifies me. That you're surprisingly domestic for someone who's supposed to be a dangerous supernatural investigator, Kira said instead. Thane's laugh was warm and genuine. My mother taught me. She said any wolf who couldn't feed themselves was too dependent on their pack. After she died, cooking became. He paused, his expression turning distant. A way to remember her. To feel less alone. The honesty in his voice made Kira's chest ache. She understood loss, understood the small rituals that kept grief from consuming you entirely. Tell me about them, she said softly. Your family. For a moment, she thought he'd refuse. The pain in his eyes was raw, fresh despite the years that had passed. But then he started talking, and the stories spilled out. His mother the pack healer, his father the strategic genius, his two younger sisters who'd been training to become warriors when the fire took them. They were good people, Thane finished, his voice rough. They deserved better than what the council gave them. Deserved to grow old, to see grandchildren, to live. He looked at Kira, and the intensity in his amber gold eyes made her breath catch. That's why I'm doing this. Not just for revenge, though Moon Goddess knows I want that, but to make sure no other family gets destroyed the way ours were. Ours, Kira repeated softly. You're a Blackthorn. I'm a Wolfheart. Both founding bloodlines, both targeted by the council. That makes us family, in a way. His hand covered hers on the counter. Or it could make us something else. If you wanted. The golden thread between them pulsed, warm and insistent. Kira's wolf practically purred at his touch, but her human heart hesitated, remembering the last time she'd trusted someone with it. Thane, She pulled her hand away gently. I'm not ready. The rejection, it's only been 6 weeks. I'm barely. I know. He didn't look hurt, just understanding. I can feel it through the bond we share. Your pain. Your fear of being hurt again. And I'm not asking you to be ready. I'm just asking you to know that when, if, you ever are, I'll be here. You don't even know me. I know you saved my life when you didn't have to. I know you're brave enough to stand up to the most powerful wolves in North America. I know you're stronger than you believe you are. Thane's smile was soft. And I know that bond between us isn't one-sided. You feel it too. Kira couldn't deny it. Every time she was near him, the golden thread hummed with possibility. But possibility felt dangerous when the last certainty had shattered her so completely. Can we just take it slow? She asked. Focus on surviving first and figure out the rest later? Slow works for me. Thane stood, collecting their plates. But Kira, don't let what Demon did make you think you're not worth fighting for. Because you are. You absolutely are. He left before she could respond, and Kira sat alone in the kitchen, her heart racing and her wolf whining with confused longing. The afternoon brought unexpected visitors. Kira was in the training room, a converted basement with padded floors and reinforced walls, when the perimeter alarm sounded. Her true sight flared instinctively, and she saw 3 new signatures approaching the compound. Powerful signatures. Alpha level. Evelyn burst into the training room, Riker close behind. We've got incoming. 3 wolves approaching with white flags. They're requesting parley. Who? Kira demanded. You're not going to like it. Evelyn's expression was carefully neutral. One of them is Demon Silvercrest. The world tilted. Kira gripped the nearest wall, her wolf snarling with fury and something that felt disturbingly like hope. No, he doesn't get to come here. He doesn't get to. He's not alone, Riker interrupted. There's a female with him, and an older male I don't recognize. All 3 are unarmed and showing submission signals. Whatever this is, they want to talk. Then you talk to them. Kira's voice came out harsh. I don't want to see him. Kira. Thane appeared in the doorway, his presence immediately calming the snarling chaos in her mind. It's your choice. Always your choice. But if he came all this way, under white flag, there might be information we need. Or it's a trap. Then we'll handle it together. Thane crossed to her side. You're not alone anymore. Remember? The golden thread between them pulsed steadily, an anchor in the storm. Kira took a deep breath and nodded. Fine, but I see them on my terms. In the compound, surrounded by Crossguard's team. And if he says one wrong word, I'm walking away. Fair enough, Evelyn agreed. They gathered in the main cabin's living area 15 minutes later. Crossguard's entire team was present, armed and ready despite the white flag. Kira stood near the fireplace with Thane at her side, while Evelyn and Riker flanked the door. When Demon walked in, Kira's carefully constructed walls nearly crumbled. He looked terrible. Weight loss sharpened his features, dark circles shadowed his storm-gray eyes, and his movements lacked their usual dominant swagger. The mate bond might be severed, but seeing him still hurt, a phantom limb ached that reminded her of what she'd lost. Then she saw what her true sight revealed, and hurt transformed into fury. The artificial bond connecting Demon to Sarah was still there, but it was fraying, unraveling, and beneath it, Kira could see the ghost of their true mate bond. Damaged, severed, but leaving echoes that would haunt them both forever. Beside Demon stood a woman Kira didn't recognize, mid-30s, with auburn hair and sharp green eyes that assessed the room with professional precision. And behind them both was Marcus. Her Marcus, the wolf who'd raised her, who'd lied to her about everything. "Hello, kid," Marcus said quietly. Kira's hands clenched into fists. Don't you dare act like you have the right to casual endearments after lying to me my entire life. I was protecting you. By letting me think I was nobody? By watching me get rejected and exiled without telling me the truth? Kira's voice rose despite her efforts to stay calm. You knew what I was, what bloodline I carried, and you let me believe I was insufficient. Because the alternative was you growing up knowing you were hunted. Marcus's composure cracked. Every day I kept you safe was a day you got to be normal, to have friends, to not spend your childhood looking over your shoulder, wondering when the council would find you. And how did that work out? Kira asked bitterly. Silence fell, heavy and uncomfortable. Finally, the auburn-haired woman stepped forward. My name is Dr. Lydia Blackwood. I'm a supernatural historian and independent investigator. I've been researching the founding bloodlines for the past decade, and I believe I have information you need. Everyone believes they have information I need, Kira said. But what they really want is to use me for their own agenda. So tell me, Dr. Blackwood, what's yours? Lydia smiled slightly. Direct. I appreciate that. My agenda is simple. Expose the council for the murderers they are and dismantle their corrupt power structure. And you, Kira Blackthorn, are the key to doing that. How? Because your true sight can do something no other supernatural ability can. It can see blood oaths and force bonds. The council has spent decades building their power on a foundation of coerced loyalty and magical manipulation. With your sight, we can prove it. Show the supernatural world that their leaders are tyrants who rule through fear and dark magic. It made sense. A terrifying, dangerous kind of sense. And why would I risk my life for your crusade? Because it's not just my crusade, Lydia said. It's yours. They killed your parents. They destroyed Thane's family. They've systematically eliminated anyone who posed a threat to their power. If you don't stop them, they'll keep killing, keep destroying, until there's no one left who remembers there was ever an alternative to their rule. Kira looked at Thane, who nodded slightly. Then at Evelyn, whose expression was thoughtful but not dismissive. Finally, her eyes landed on Demon, who'd remained silent throughout the exchange. Why are you here? She asked him directly. Demon flinched like she'd struck him. Because I owe you the truth. About the rejection. About Sarah. About everything. I already know the truth. Sarah used blood magic to forge an artificial bond. Your father wanted a political alliance. And you were too weak to fight for what was real. Kira's voice was ice. Did I miss anything? Yes. Demon's voice cracked. You missed that I fought. That I told my father no. That I broke the artificial bond twice before it finally took hold. That I've been trying to find a way back to you since the moment you drove away. Kira's true sight flared, and she saw it. The truth written in the bonds around him. The resistance he'd put up against the artificial bond, leaving scars in his supernatural essence. The way he'd tried to sever it, only to have it rebuilt stronger each time. And the cost it was taking, slowly draining his life force as the unnatural magic consumed him from within. You're dying, she whispered. Slowly, yes. The artificial bond is toxic. It's killing both me and Sarah. She was forced into it too, by her father and the council. We're both prisoners of our parents' ambitions. Demon took a step closer, and Kira saw Thane tense beside her. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to give you this. He pulled out a flash drive and placed it on the coffee table between them. Everything. Every file my father has on the council's operations. Records of blood magic experiments. Lists of wolves who've been coerced through forced bonds. Financial records showing bribes and blackmail. And proof, definitive proof, that the council orchestrated the deaths of the founding bloodlines. Why? Kira asked. Why betray your father? Your pack? Because they're wrong. Demon's storm-gray eyes met hers, and she saw genuine anguish there. Because I chose political power over you, and it's the worst decision I've ever made. Because I'm going to die from this artificial bond anyway, and I want my death to mean something. To help you tear down the system that destroyed us both. The room was silent except for the crackling of the fire. Kira stared at the flash drive, at the physical proof of everything she'd suspected. Everything she'd need to bring down the council. And all she had to do was accept help from the male who'd shattered her heart. Kira. Thane's voice was low, meant only for her. It's your choice. But that information could save lives, could prevent other families from being destroyed like ours were. I know. Kira walked to the coffee table and picked up the flash drive. Dr. Blackwood, you'll verify everything on here? Make sure it's legitimate evidence. Absolutely. Good. Kira turned to Demon, and she saw him brace himself like he expected her to rage at him, to unleash all the pain he'd caused. Thank you for this. Truly. But understand, this doesn't fix what you did. This doesn't undo the rejection or the exile or the humiliation. I know. I'm not finished. Kira's voice was steel. You made your choice. And I've made mine. I'm not the weak wolf you rejected. I'm not the frightened girl who begged you to reconsider. I'm a Blackthorn, and I'm going to use my gifts to burn the Council's world down. With or without your redemption arc. Demon's face crumpled, but he nodded. I understand. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Proud of who you've become. And I'm sorry. For everything. So am I, Kira said. But sorry doesn't change anything. She walked past him without another word, heading for the door. But Demon's voice stopped her. Kira, the artificial bond won't last much longer. When it breaks, it's going to kill me and Sarah both. But before it does, I want you to know, I felt our mate bond. The real one. And it was the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced. Losing you was like losing half my soul. Kira didn't turn around. Then you should have fought harder to keep me. She walked out into the cool mountain air, her chest tight and her eyes burning with tears she refused to shed. Behind her, she heard Thane making their excuses, Evelyn arranging for Lydia and Marcus to stay in one of the outer cabins to verify the data. But all Kira could focus on was breathing. Just breathing through the complicated mess of emotions Demon's appearance had stirred up. She walked until she reached the edge of the compound, where the wards shimmered and the forest stretched wild and dark. Her wolf paced restlessly, confused by the mixture of old pain and new strength, old love and new possibility. You want to talk about it? Thane's voice came from behind her. Not particularly. Fair enough. He moved to stand beside her, close but not touching. For what it's worth, you handled that like a warrior. Didn't let him manipulate you with guilt or dying declarations. He's really dying, Kira said softly. I saw it. The artificial bond is consuming him from the inside out. He has maybe 6 months. Less if the bond collapses suddenly. Do you still love him? The question hung in the air between them. Kira thought about lying, about giving the answer that would be easier. But Thane deserved honesty. Part of me will always love the wolf I thought he was. The wolf who promised me forever under the stars. But that wolf doesn't exist anymore. Maybe he never did. She finally looked at Thane. And I'm learning that there are different kinds of love. Different ways to connect. The mate bond with Demon was fire. Instant, consuming, all-encompassing. But it burned out just as fast. And what we have, Thane asked carefully, is different. Slower. Steadier. Kira's hand found his. And the golden thread between them pulsed warm and right. It's not destiny forcing us together. It's choice. And maybe that's better. Thane turned to face her fully, his free hand coming up to cup her cheek. Kira Blackthorn, I'm going to kiss you now. If that's not what you want, tell me to stop. Her wolf practically sang with approval. But Kira's human heart hesitated one final moment, standing on the edge of something new and terrifying and wonderful. Then she made her choice. Don't stop, she whispered. The kiss was nothing like kissing Demon had been. It wasn't explosive or desperate or fueled by mate bond madness. It was gentle and questioning, a conversation conducted in touch and breath. It tasted like second chances and new beginnings, and the promise that broken things could be remade into something even stronger. When they pulled apart, Kira was crying, but not from sadness, from relief, from the realization that her heart wasn't as broken as she'd thought, that she could feel something good again without betraying the pain she'd endured. Okay, Thane asked softly. Yeah, Kira smiled through her tears. Yeah, I'm okay. Voice drops to intimate warmth. That night, Kira sat with Dr. Blackwood and Thane in the compound's tech room, reviewing the data from Demon's flash drive. What they found was worse than anyone imagined. The council hadn't just killed the founding bloodlines. They'd experimented on them, tried to extract their powers, to replicate their gifts through blood magic and genetic manipulation. And when that failed, they'd eliminated anyone who might pass those gifts to future generations. Your parents were close to exposing all of this, Lydia said, her face pale in the glow of the monitors. They'd gathered similar evidence, built alliances with other surviving bloodline members. That's why the council acted so brutally to eliminate them. How many others survived? Kira asked. Based on these records, maybe a dozen scattered across the continent. Most don't know what they are. Their parents hid their heritage like yours did, hoping ignorance would keep them safe. We need to find them, Thane said immediately. Warn them. Bring them here where they can be protected. Or better yet, Kira said, her mind racing. We unite them. Create a new pack. A founding bloodline pack, with all our gifts combined. Show the council they didn't eliminate us, they just made us stronger. Lydia's eyes gleamed. That's brilliant. Risky as hell, but brilliant. With your true sight leading them, showing them the truth about their bonds and their power, you could build something the council can't destroy. We could build something better than what came before, Kira agreed. Not based on politics or bloodline purity or any of the toxic systems that allowed the council to take power, but on choice, on genuine loyalty, on wolves choosing to stand together because they believe in something better. Thane was grinning now. I like it. I really like it. But it's going to take time. And resources. And we need to stay alive long enough to make it happen. Then we'd better get started, Kira said. She stood, looking at the two people who'd become her unlikely allies. Thane, with his patient strength and growing bond. Lydia, with her knowledge and determination to see justice done. And somewhere in the compound, Demon was dying to give her the tools to win. The old Kira would have been overwhelmed, would have doubted her ability to lead, to fight, to be enough for such a monumental task. But the new Kira, the one forged in rejection and exile, tempered by discovery and training, looked at the impossible task ahead and smiled. Let's build something worth fighting for, she said. Let's remind the supernatural world what the founding bloodlines were really about. And let's make damn sure the council regrets every life they took to maintain their power. Thane raised an imaginary glass. To new beginnings. To justice, Lydia added. To family, Kira finished, thinking of her parents, of Thane's lost pack, of all the wolves who'd been silenced. The family we choose. The family we build. The family that's going to change everything. Chapter 6. 2 months changed everything. 2 months of reaching out to scattered survivors, of building trust with wolves who'd spent their lives hiding. 2 months of training Kira's true sight until she could read bonds in seconds, sever dark magic with barely a thought. 2 months of watching Thane look at her like she was the answer to prayers he'd stopped saying. And 2 months of the golden thread between them growing stronger, deeper, undeniable. Kira stood in the sanctuary's main hall. They'd converted the largest cabin into a meeting space, and watched wolves trickle in through the doors. Her wolves. The survivors she'd found and convinced to take the biggest risk of their lives. There was Iris Moonweaver, last of her bloodline, who could walk between the physical and spirit realms. She arrived with her teenage nephew, Quinn, who'd inherited a fraction of her gifts. Both had been living under assumed names in Seattle, working mundane jobs, pretending to be ordinary wolves. Marcus Stormcaller, no relation to her uncle Marcus, who could sense and influence weather patterns. He'd been a lone wolf for 15 years, ever since the council had decimated his pack. His weathered face carried the weight of survival, and his eyes held storms that had nothing to do with his gifts. Siblings Ash and River Nightrunner, descendants of a bloodline with enhanced speed and tracking abilities that made them nearly impossible to catch. They'd been running their whole lives, never staying in one place more than a few months. The prospect of somewhere safe to call home had brought tears to River's eyes. And 8 others, each carrying fragments of ancient power, each believing they were alone until Kira found them. Quite the collection, Evelyn murmured beside Kira. 12 survivors from 5 different founding bloodlines. It's more than anyone thought existed. It's a start, Kira said. But we need them to trust each other, to believe we can actually build something together. Then give them a reason to believe. Evelyn squeezed her shoulder. You've come so far, Kira. You've earned the right to lead them. But doubt still whispered in the back of Kira's mind. Who was she to lead anyone? 6 months ago, she'd been nobody. Rejected. Insufficient. What made her qualified to unite wolves who'd survived decades of hiding? You survived too, her wolf reminded her. And you chose to fight instead of hide. That makes you exactly who they need. Thane appeared at her other side, his presence immediately steadying. Ready? No. But I'm doing it anyway. His hand found hers, hidden from view but offering support. That's my girl. My girl. The casual possessiveness should have rankled, but instead it felt like coming home. They hadn't put a label on what was growing between them, both too scarred by the past to rush into definitions. But the golden thread hummed constantly now, a second heartbeat that connected them even when they were rooms apart. Kira took a deep breath and stepped forward to address the gathered wolves. "Thank you for coming," she began, her voice steadier than she felt. "I know trust doesn't come easy when you've spent your lives running. I know asking you to gather in one place feels like putting a target on your backs. But I also know you're tired. Tired of hiding. Tired of pretending to be less than you are. Tired of living in fear while the wolves who murdered your families walk free and powerful." Heads nodded throughout the room. Good. She had their attention. "My name is Kira Blackthorne, and 2 months ago I was just like you. Alone. Broken. Convinced I was nobody worth remembering." She let them see her vulnerability, her scars. "I was rejected by my mate, exiled from my pack, and left to die. The council sent hunters to finish what rejection started. And they almost succeeded. But you're still here," Iris Moonweaver said softly. "Still standing. How?" "Because I stopped running. I stopped accepting what others told me I was worth. And I discovered something the council doesn't want any of us to know." Kira let her true sight unfold, and gasps echoed through the room as golden light emanated from her eyes. "We're not weak. We're not fragmented. We're powerful. And together? Together we're unstoppable." She gestured to Thane. "Thane Wolfheart can communicate with any supernatural creature. He's been gathering intelligence from species the council thought they could ignore, lesser fae, spirit animals, even the old forest guardians. They're all willing to testify about council corruption." Thane nodded to the room, his amber gold eyes glowing with ancient power. "Iris Moonweaver," Kira continued, "your gift lets you walk between worlds. You can gather evidence even the council's best wards can't hide. Can reach places they think are impenetrable." Iris straightened, pride flickering across her face for the first time since arriving. "Marcus Storecaller, you can sense shifts in power and energy across hundreds of miles. You'll be our early warning system. The council won't be able to move against us without you knowing." The weathered wolf smiled grimly, lightning flickering in his eyes. Kira went through each survivor, naming their gifts, showing them how their individual powers could combine into something greater. With every name, every acknowledgement, she saw spines straighten and hope kindle in eyes that had been dead too long. "The council wants us to believe we're endangered, that our bloodlines are dying out, and it's only a matter of time before we're extinct." Kira's voice grew stronger, fiercer. "But we're not dying. We're adapting. And we're going to show the supernatural world what happens when you push the founding bloodlines too far." "Pretty words," a voice said from the back. Ash Nightrunner stepped forward, her expression skeptical. "But words don't stop hunters. Words don't bring back the dead. What's your actual plan, Blackthorne? How do we go from 12 scared wolves hiding in the mountains to a force strong enough to challenge the most powerful alphas in North America?" It was a fair question, the kind of question a leader needed to answer. "We start by exposing the council's crimes," Kira said. "Dr. Blackwood has spent 2 months verifying the evidence from Demon Silvercrest's files. Tomorrow we release it, not to supernatural authorities because they're compromised, but to the human media. Let the humans ask questions. Let them demand investigations." "Humans?" Marcus Stormcaller looked horrified. "You'd expose supernatural existence to the human world?" "No, but I'd expose enough to make the council nervous. Coded language, mysterious deaths, financial irregularities, things that make human investigators curious without revealing what we really are." Kira pulled up a presentation on the screen behind her, something Lydia and Thane had helped her prepare. "The council's power depends on secrecy and control. Take away their ability to operate in shadows, and they're vulnerable. Phase 2, Thane picked up the explanation. "We reach out to supernatural communities the council has marginalized. Lesser fae, elementals, spirit-touched humans. Every species they've pushed aside to maintain wolf dominance. We offer them alliance, protection, a voice in the new order we're building. Phase 3, Kira continued. We challenge the council directly, on their terms, using their own laws. Request a formal inquiry into the deaths of the founding bloodlines. Force them to defend their actions in front of the entire supernatural community. My true sight means they can't hide behind false bonds or blood oaths. Every lie will be visible." The room was silent, wolves processing the audacity of what Kira was proposing. Then River Nightrunner started laughing, a sound of pure, delighted disbelief. "You're insane," River said. "This plan is absolutely insane. And I love it. Count me in." "Me too," her brother Ash agreed, skepticism replaced by fierce determination. "The council killed our parents, hunted us like animals. Time someone showed them what prey looks like when it grows fangs." One by one, the survivors pledged their support. Some enthusiastically, others cautiously, but all of them tired enough of running to try fighting instead. By the time the meeting ended, Kira had the foundation of something she'd never expected to lead, a pack. Not bound by territory or traditional hierarchy, but by shared trauma, shared purpose, and the revolutionary idea that wolves could choose their own family. Voice becomes more intimate, tender. Later that night, Kira found herself alone with Thane on the compound's observation deck. The stars spread overhead like diamonds scattered across black velvet, and the forest whispered with night sounds. Owls hunting, small creatures fleeing, the eternal dance of predator and prey. "You were incredible today," Thane said quietly. "A natural leader. Your parents would have been proud. I wish I'd known them." Kira leaned against the railing, exhaustion finally catching up to her. "Uncle Marcus tells me stories, but it's not the same as having my own memories." "No, it's not." Thane moved to stand behind her, his warmth a comfort against the mountain chill. "But you honor them with every choice you make, every wolf you save, every stand you take against the council." Kira turned to face him, and the golden thread between them pulled taut with longing. 2 months of growing closer, of stolen moments between training and planning, of fighting side by side and learning to trust again. 2 months of wanting him and being terrified of that one in equal measure. "Thane," she started, unsure how to articulate the tangle of emotions in her chest. "I know," he said softly. "I feel it too. The bond getting stronger. The way it's not just attraction anymore, but something deeper. Something that feels like it was always meant to be." "It scares me," Kira admitted. "The idea of being vulnerable again, of giving someone power to hurt me." "I know, and I would never ask you to rush something you're not ready for." Thane's hands came up to frame her face, gentle and reverent. "But Kira, I need you to understand something. What we have, it's not what you had with Demon. This isn't a mate bond forced by the moon goddess. Isn't destiny demanding we complete each other. This is choice. Every day I choose you. And every day, you get to choose whether you want me to." Tears pricked Kira's eyes. "What if I choose wrong? What if I'm not enough? What if—" "You're everything," Thane interrupted fiercely. "Everything I didn't know I needed. Everything I thought I'd lost when my family died. And yes, loving you is terrifying because loss is always a possibility. But Kira, not loving you because I'm afraid of losing you? That's not surviving. That's just existing. And I'm done existing." The words shattered something in Kira's chest, the last protective wall she'd built around her heart. She surged forward and kissed him, pouring everything she couldn't say into the press of her lips against his. This kiss was different from their first. Not gentle or questioning, but claiming, desperate. A declaration that she was done being afraid, done letting past pain dictate her future choices. Thane responded instantly, his arms wrapping around her waist and pulling her close. The golden thread between them flared so bright Kira could see it even with her eyes closed. Not a mate bond, but something equally powerful. A soul bond. A connection forged not by destiny but by conscious choice, by shared trauma transformed into shared strength. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Thane rested his forehead against hers. "Is that a yes? To choosing this? To choosing us?" "It's a yes to trying," Kira said. "To seeing where this goes. To being brave enough to believe in something good again. I'll take it." Thane's smile was radiant. "And Kira, just so you know, I'm falling in love with you. Have been since the moment you saved my life and looked at me like I was worth saving." "I'm falling too," Kira whispered. "And it's terrifying and wonderful and nothing like I expected. But it's real. And I think that makes it better." They stood wrapped in each other's arms under the stars. And for the first time since her rejection, Kira felt whole. Not because Thane completed her. She was complete on her own. But because he enhanced her, made her braver, stronger, more willing to fight for a future she could believe in. Her phone buzzed, shattering the moment. Maya's name flashed on the screen, and Kira's heart sank. Her friend only called when something was seriously wrong. I need to take this, she told Thane, who nodded and stepped back to give her privacy. Maya, what's wrong? Everything. Maya's voice was tight with fear. Kira, you need to hear this. Demon collapsed this morning. The artificial bond is killing him faster than expected. He has days, maybe a week. But that's not the worst part. Kira's stomach churned. What's the worst part? Before he collapsed, he told me something. About the council's real plan. About why they wanted you dead so badly. Maya took a shaky breath. Kira, the council isn't just eliminating founding bloodlines. They're trying to recreate your gifts. They've been experimenting on wolves. For decades, trying to artificially induce true sight and the other ancient powers. And they're close to succeeding. How close? Close enough that they're planning a demonstration at the next council meeting. In 3 days, they're going to unveil their new generation of enhanced wolves. Wolves they've tortured and experimented on until they developed corrupted versions of founding bloodline gifts. Horror washed over Kira. They're going to create an army of wolves with stolen powers, all loyal to the council. Exactly. And once they have that army, they won't need to hide their corruption anymore. They'll have the power to enforce whatever rules they want, eliminate anyone who opposes them, and rewrite supernatural law to cement their control forever. Kira's mind raced. 3 days. They had 3 days to stop the council from unleashing something that would make their original crimes look like mercy. We need proof, Kira said. Solid proof of the experiments. Testimony from survivors. Something that can't be dismissed or covered up. Demon's files included locations of research facilities. But they're heavily guarded, warded against intrusion. You'd need someone who could walk through wards, someone who... I have someone, Kira interrupted, her mind already forming a plan. Maya, tell Demon. Tell him thank you for giving us a chance to stop this. And tell him I'm sorry. For what it's worth. He knows. He's always known. Maya's voice softened. Be careful, Kira. The council has everything to lose. They'll kill anyone who threatens their demonstration. Then they'd better bring their best, Kira said grimly. Because we're coming for them. And this time, we're bringing an army of our own. She ended the call and turned to find Thane watching her, his expression already understanding the gravity of whatever news she'd received. Gather everyone, Kira said. All the survivors. Evelyn's team. Anyone who's willing to fight. Because the war with the council? It just escalated from theoretical to immediate. What do you need? Kira thought about the wolves gathering in the compound. About Iris Moonweaver who could walk through wards. About Marcus Stormcaller who could create diversions. About the Nightrunner siblings who could move faster than most wolves could track. About Thane, whose ability to communicate with all supernatural creatures meant they could coordinate with species the council had marginalized and ignored. And about herself, a Blackthorn with true sight, who could see and sever the dark magic the council had built their empire on. I need to do something crazy, Kira said. Something dangerous and probably suicidal. I need to infiltrate a council research facility, document their crimes, free any wolves they're experimenting on, and do it all within 72 hours. Thane didn't hesitate. Then we'd better get started. Because there's no way you're doing this without me. The golden thread between them pulsed with determination and something that felt remarkably like love. The kind that said I choose to stand with you, no matter the cost. Partners? Kira asked. Partners, Thane agreed. In this and everything else. Voice builds with urgency and purpose. 30 minutes later, the entire compound gathered in the main hall. Kira stood before them and laid out Maya's intelligence, watching their faces cycle through shock, horror, and righteous fury. They're creating weapons out of our people, Ash Nightrunner snarled. Torturing wolves until they break and develop corrupted powers. That's not just genocide, it's desecration. Which is why we're stopping it, Kira said firmly. Iris, can you walk through the facility's wards and document what you find? Iris nodded, her ethereal features set with determination. I'll need a few hours to prepare. Spirit walking is exhausting, and I'll be vulnerable while I'm between realms. But yes, I can do it. Marcus will need weather cover. Something to disrupt their surveillance and give us concealment. The Stormcaller smiled grimly. I can give you fog thick enough to hide an army. And if things go wrong, I can call down lightning that'll fry their security systems. Ash River, you're our extraction team. Once we free the prisoners, you get them out fast. No one gets left behind. The siblings nodded in unison, predatory grins spreading across their faces. Kira turned to Evelyn. I need Crossguard's tactical team for perimeter control. Keep council reinforcements from reaching the facility once we breach it. You'll have them, Evelyn promised, along with every weapon in our arsenal. And I, Thane said, stepping forward, will coordinate with every supernatural creature within 50 miles. The council thinks they can operate in secret, but there are fae living in those woods. Spirit guardians, elementals they've displaced and ignored, all willing to help if asked with respect. Dr. Lydia Blackwood cleared her throat. I'll make sure everything we find gets documented properly. Evidence that will hold up in any inquiry, supernatural or otherwise. And I'll prepare the media release. The moment you breach that facility, the world needs to know what the council has done. Kira looked at her assembled pack, because that's what they were now, she realized. Not united by traditional bonds or territory, but by shared purpose and conscious choice. A new kind of pack for a new kind of wolf. This is dangerous, she said honestly. The council will throw everything they have at us to protect their secrets. Some of us might not come back. So if anyone wants to walk away, now's the time. No judgment. No shame. No one moved. No one spoke. They simply stood, united in defiant silence. Quinn, Iris's teenage nephew, finally broke the stillness. My whole life, my aunt has hidden what we are. Told me to be small, be invisible, be safe. And I understand why. She was protecting me. But I'm tired of being protected. I want to fight. To make them pay for what they did to our family. To all our families. Me too, River said. And me, Marcus Stormcaller agreed. One by one, every wolf in the room pledged themselves to the mission. To the fight. To the audacious plan to expose the council and free their prisoners before the demonstration that would change the supernatural world forever. Kira felt tears prick her eyes, but these weren't tears of pain or fear. They were tears of pride, of belonging, of finally understanding what real pack meant. Then let's show them what happens when you push the founding bloodlines too far, Kira said. Let's remind the supernatural world who we are and what we're capable of. And let's make absolutely sure that when the council falls, and they will fall, everyone knows it was us who brought them down. The room erupted in howls, defiant, fierce, unbreakable. The sound of wolves who'd been prey their entire lives deciding to become predators instead. Thane's hand found Kira's, and the golden thread between them sang with shared purpose, shared strength, shared love growing deeper with every moment. Ready to change the world? He asked. Kira thought about the rejected mate who'd stumbled into Havens Creek 6 months ago, broken and alone. She thought about the wolf she'd become. Leader, warrior, Blackthorn heir who'd finally claimed her birthright. And she smiled. Let's do this. Chapter 7. The council's research facility sat in the heart of Colorado's Rocky Mountains, disguised as a remote wildlife rehabilitation center. To human eyes, it was just another conservation project. But Kira's true sight revealed the truth. Layers of wards pulsing with dark magic, security systems that would make a military installation jealous, and underneath it all, the screams of wolves being torn apart and rebuilt according to the council's twisted vision. They approached at midnight, 2 days before the council's planned demonstration. 48 hours to infiltrate, document, extract, and escape before the supernatural world learned what monsters ruled them. No pressure. Kira crouched in the tree line with Thane beside her, watching Marcus Stormcaller work his magic. Fog rolled down the mountainside like a living thing, thick and impenetrable, swallowing the facility's exterior lights one by one. Security cameras became useless. Motion sensors couldn't distinguish between wind-blown mist and actual threats. Perfect cover. Iris is ready, Thane murmured, his hand warm against Kira's lower back. She'll enter the spirit realm in 3 minutes. Once she's inside the facility, she'll have 30 minutes before the crossing exhausts her. 30 minutes to find the prisoners, document the experiments, and identify the best extraction point, Kira said. It's not enough time. It's what we have. Thane's amber gold eyes found hers in the darkness. Trust the plan. Trust our pack. Our pack. The words sent warmth through Kira's chest despite the fear. This was what she'd built. What they'd all built together. Behind them, Crossguard's tactical team moved into position. Silent, efficient, deadly. Evelyn commanded them with hand signals, placing shooters on the ridgeline, close combat specialists near the facility's access points. The Night Runner siblings disappeared into the fog, their enhanced speed making them invisible even to supernatural senses. And scattered throughout the forest, dozens of lesser fae and spirit creatures waited. Thane had spent days negotiating with them, offering alliance and respect in exchange for their help. They'd agreed, not for payment or obligation, but because the council had marginalized them for too long. Revolution, it turned out, was contagious. Movement. Evelyn's voice crackled through Kira's earpiece. 2 guards patrolling the western perimeter. Rivers intercepting. Kira watched through the fog as a blur of motion took down both guards before they could radio for help. River materialized beside the unconscious wolves, zip-tying their wrists and jamming their communications. Perimeter clear. River's voice came through the comm, "You're good to advance." Kira and Thane moved forward with 5 others. Marcus Stormcaller to maintain the fog, Dr. Blackwood to document everything, and 3 of Crossguard's best operatives. They reached the facility's outer wall, just as Iris began her spirit walk. The young Moonweaver stood perfectly still, her eyes rolling back to show whites. Her physical form remained in the forest, protected by her nephew Quinn, while her spirit self slipped between realms and walked through the facility's wards like they didn't exist. For 20 agonizing minutes, they waited. Kira's true sight showed her Iris's spirit moving through the building, a shimmer of ethereal light passing through walls, floors, locked doors. Searching, documenting, witnessing horrors that made Kira's wolf snarl with rage. When Iris's eyes finally snapped back to normal, she was crying. 15, she gasped. 15 wolves imprisoned in the basement level. They've been modified, tortured until their bodies manifested corrupted versions of our gifts. Some are barely conscious. Some are. Her voice broke. Some are begging for death. We're getting them out, Kira said fiercely. All of them. Show me the access point. Iris pulled out a tablet and sketched rapidly. The eastern entrance leads to a service elevator that goes directly to the basement. 2 guards stationed inside, but they're regular wolves, no enhanced abilities. The real problem is the holding cells themselves. They're warded with blood magic. Only council members can open them. Or someone who can sever blood magic bonds, Thane said, looking at Kira. I can break the wards, Kira confirmed. But it'll take time and leave me vulnerable. I'll need cover. You'll have it, Evelyn promised through the comm. My team is moving into position now. On your signal, we breach. Kira took a deep breath, centering herself. This was it. The moment that would define whether her pack was a revolutionary force or a collection of dreamers about to die for their ideals. She thought about her parents, murdered for trying to expose the council's crimes. About Thane's family burned alive. About every founding bloodline wolf who'd been systematically eliminated because their gifts threatened corrupt power. For every wolf the council destroyed, Kira said into her comm, her voice steady and sure, we reclaim one tonight. For every life they stole, we save one. And when this is over, the entire supernatural world will know what they did. Signal Crossguard, we're going in. The facility's eastern door exploded inward as Crossguard's breaching team hit it with precisely controlled force. Alarms shrieked. Lights blazed to life. And Kira's pack poured through the opening like a flood breaking through a dam. The 2 guards inside never stood a chance. Crossguard's operatives had them restrained in seconds, silver cuffs neutralizing their wolves. Kira raced past them toward the service elevator, Thane at her side, their boots echoing on sterile floors. Contact! Someone shouted behind them. More guards responding from the north wing. Gunfire erupted. Not lethal rounds, but tranquilizer darts loaded with supernatural sedatives. Crossguard returned fire with the same, creating a chaotic mess of wolves and weapons and bodies hitting the floor. But Kira didn't stop. Couldn't stop. 15 wolves were dying in the basement, and every second she delayed was another second they suffered. The elevator descended with agonizing slowness. Kira counted her heartbeats. 43 before the doors finally opened onto a nightmare. The basement was clinically white and starkly lit, designed to reveal every detail of the horrors happening within. 20 cells lined the corridor, each protected by wards that glowed sickly green with dark magic. Inside those cells, Kira's stomach turned. Wolves in various stages of modification. That's what the council called it. Torture, augmentation, breaking them down and rebuilding them as weapons. Some bore physical mutations, extra limbs, malformed features, eyes that glowed with unnatural light. Others looked physically normal but radiated corrupted power that made Kira's skin crawl. And in every cell, suffering. Pain. The kind of agony that destroyed souls as thoroughly as it destroyed bodies. Moon goddess, Thane breathed beside her. How could they? Focus, Kira cut him off, forcing down her rage and horror. They didn't have time for emotional reactions. I'm going to start breaking wards. You coordinate extraction. The moment a cell opens, get that wolf out and to the surface. River and Ash are waiting to transport them to the rally point. Thane nodded, already on his comm, organizing the evacuation. Kira approached the first cell and placed her hands on the ward. Her true sight showed her the intricate web of blood magic holding it in place. The ward was anchored to 3 points, 2 in the physical realm, 1 in the spirit realm. Clever. Most wolves could only sever physical anchors, leaving the ward partially intact and dangerous. But Kira wasn't most wolves. She reached out with her power, that gift inherited from generations of blackthorns, and touched all 3 anchor points simultaneously. The blood magic resisted, fighting her, burning through her energy reserves. But Kira pushed harder, remembering every moment of training, every time Evelyn had pushed her past her limits. You're not just breaking magic, Evelyn's voice echoed in her memory. You're rewriting reality itself. Own it. Kira owned it. The ward shattered with a sound like breaking glass. The cell door swung open, and a young male wolf collapsed into Thane's arms, sobbing with relief and residual agony. I've got you, Thane murmured, already signaling for extraction. You're safe now. We're getting you out. 1 down. 14 to go. Kira moved to the second cell, then the third, then the fourth. Each ward fought her. Each breaking drained her further. But she kept going, fueled by fury and determination, and the knowledge that stopping meant leaving wolves to suffer. By the time she reached the 8th cell, Kira was swaying on her feet. Blood dripped from her nose. A sign she was pushing too hard, burning through reserves she couldn't afford to lose. But the wolf inside this cell was a female barely older than Quinn, covered in burns and scars, her eyes vacant with trauma. Just hold on, Kira whispered, placing her hands on the ward. Hold on a little longer. We're taking you home. The ward broke. The girl collapsed, and Kira's vision grayed at the edges. Kira. Thane was at her side instantly, steadying her. You need to stop. You're killing yourself. 7 more, Kira gasped. I can do 7 more. Not if you die in the process. Let someone else. There is no one else. Kira's voice cracked. This is what I was born for, Thane. This is why I survived when so many didn't. So I could be here, in this moment, saving wolves the council tried to destroy. I'm not stopping. Not until every cell is empty. She could see the war in his eyes. The need to protect her versus respect for her choice. The golden thread between them pulsed with his fear, his love, his desperate hope that she would survive this. Then I'm staying with you, he said finally. Every cell. Every ward. I'm not leaving your side. Kira nodded, too exhausted for words. They moved to the 9th cell together. Voice intensifies with action and emotion. The attack came when Kira was breaking the 12th ward. We've got incoming. Evelyn's voice shouted through the comms. Heavy reinforcements from the west. Council alphas and at least 20 enhanced wolves. They knew we were coming. This is a trap. Kira's heart sank even as her hands continued their work on the ward. Of course it was a trap. The council wasn't stupid. They'd let information about the facility leak, anticipated someone would try to rescue the prisoners, and prepared accordingly. How long until they breached the building? Thane demanded. 5 minutes, maybe less. You need to abort and extract now. Not until these cells are open, Kira snarled. Her nose was bleeding freely now, and she could taste copper in her mouth. But she was so close. 3 more cells. 3 more wolves who deserved freedom. The 12th ward shattered. A massive male wolf stumbled out, his body covered in scales that shouldn't exist on Lupin anatomy. Corrupted Stormcaller abilities, Kira's sight told her. They'd tried to give him weather control and created a monster instead. Can you walk? Thane asked him. The male's eyes were clear despite his physical mutations. I can run. Get the others out. I'll help hold the line. He shifted, the transformation grotesque but functional, and bounded toward the elevator. His howl echoed through the basement, a battle cry taken up by the wolves they'd already freed. They weren't going quietly. They were going to fight. Kira moved to the 13th cell. The ward here was different, stronger, reinforced with additional layers. Her true sight showed her why. The wolf inside was special, more thoroughly modified than the others, with gifts that glowed brighter and more stable. This was the council's prize specimen, the one they'd planned to showcase at their demonstration. Breaking this one will take everything I have left, Kira told Thane. But we can't leave her. Whatever they did to her, she deserves freedom just as much as the others. Then do it, Thane said. I'll handle the extraction. You focus on breaking that ward. Kira placed her hands on the barrier and immediately gasped. The blood magic here was ancient, powerful, anchored not just to the physical and spirit realms, but to something deeper. To the ley lines running beneath the facility. To the earth itself. Breaking this ward wouldn't just free the prisoner. It would destabilize the entire facility's magical infrastructure. Perfect. Kira poured everything she had into the breaking. Every ounce of power, every drop of blackthorn blood singing in her veins, every moment of training and pain and growth since her rejection. She thought of Demon telling her she wasn't enough, and used that rage as fuel. Thought of her parents dying to protect her, and channeled that grief into strength. Thought of Thane standing beside her, choosing her every day, and let that love anchor her as she tore reality apart. The ward exploded. The shockwave threw Kira backward into Thane's arms. Lights throughout the facility flickered and died. Wards failed across the building. And from the 13th cell, a she-wolf emerged who made Kira's breath catch. She was beautiful, ethereal almost, with silver-white fur and eyes that shifted through every color of the spectrum. Power radiated from her in waves, but unlike the other modified wolves, this power felt right. Controlled. Whole. Who are you? The she-wolf asked, her voice melodic and strange. Kira Blackthorn. I'm here to get you out. Blackthorn. Recognition flickered across the she-wolf's face. I remember that name. The seers. The ones who could see truth in all its forms. She tilted her head, studying Kira with those kaleidoscope eyes. They said you were all dead. They were wrong. Kira forced herself to stand despite her exhaustion. What's your name? I don't remember. They took it from me. Took everything except. She looked down at her hands, at the power flickering around them. They wanted to create true sight artificially. Thought if they tortured me long enough, broke me completely, I'd manifest it. And they were right. But what they created isn't what they expected. What did they create? Thane asked carefully. The she-wolf smiled, and it was both beautiful and terrifying. Something new. Something the council can't control. I can't just see bonds anymore. I can create them. Forge connections between wolves that never existed. And I can sever any bond, no matter how old or powerful. Her eyes found Kira's. Including mate bonds. Including pack bonds. Including the very bonds that hold the council's power structure together. Kira's mind raced with the implications. This wolf, whoever she'd been before, was more dangerous to the council than Kira could ever be. She wasn't just a witness to their crimes. She was a weapon that could unmake everything they'd built. Then we definitely need to get you out of here, Kira said. 2 more cells, the she-wolf said. You're going to free the other 2 as well. I can feel them. One is already gone. Her heart stopped an hour ago. But the other still breathes. Still hopes. And I won't leave without her. Kira wanted to argue. They were out of time, out of energy, and the council's reinforcements were seconds away from breaching the building. But the look in the she-wolf's eyes brooked no argument. Kira stumbled to the 14th cell and placed her hands on the ward. Her power was nearly depleted, running on fumes and sheer stubborn will. But she found one last reserve deep in her blackthorn blood and pulled. The ward cracked but didn't break. I can't, Kira gasped. I don't have enough left. Then use mine. The silver she-wolf placed her hands over Kira's, and power flooded through their connection. Vast, ancient, terrifying in its intensity. Together, little seer. Show them what happens when they try to break us. Their combined power hit the ward like a tsunami. It didn't just break. It disintegrated, along with the wards on every remaining cell in the facility. The 15th cell, the empty one holding only a corpse, swung open. And from the 14th, a tiny female emerged who couldn't have been more than 16. Mama, the girl whispered, looking at the silver she-wolf with desperate hope. Mama, is that you? The she-wolf's composure cracked. Aurora, my baby. My. They crashed together, mother and daughter reunited after Moon Goddess knew how long. The sight made Kira's chest ache with bittersweet emotion. They'd saved her. Saved both of them. Touching, a cold voice said from the elevator. Kira spun to find 3 council alphas emerging, flanked by a dozen enhanced wolves whose corrupted power made her skin crawl. At their head was Alpha Marcus Silvercrest, Demon's father, the wolf who'd orchestrated her rejection. And he was smiling. "Welcome to our research facility, Ms. Blackthorn," Marcus said pleasantly. "We've been expecting you." Voice drops to dangerous intensity. The basement became a battlefield. Crossguard's team poured down the stairs behind the council alphas, meeting their enhanced wolves with brutal efficiency. The prisoners they'd already freed joined the fight, broken, modified, but fierce in their determination to never be caged again. Thane shifted instantly, his massive wolf form placing himself between Kira and the alphas. His howl shook the foundation, a sound that carried beyond physical hearing, calling to every supernatural creature he'd allied with. Calling for reinforcement. The lesser fae answered. Spirit guardians answered. Elementals answered. They flooded into the facility through cracks in its failing wards, attacking the council's forces with centuries of suppressed fury. But the council alphas were powerful, ancient, and they'd come prepared for war. "Seize Blackthorn," Marcus commanded. "Kill anyone who interferes." 2 enhanced wolves lunged for Kira. Thane intercepted one, his fangs closing around its throat. But the second got through, and shattered against the silver she-wolf's shield. "No one touches her," the modified female snarled. Power radiated from her in visible waves. "No one touches my daughter, and no one takes my savior." She gestured, and 3 council wolves collapsed, howling as their pack bonds suddenly severed. Another gesture, and 2 more found themselves bound by artificial loyalty to Kira instead of their alphas. The tide of battle shifted in seconds. "What have you done?" Marcus breathed, horror replacing his earlier confidence. "What did you create?" "Your worst nightmare," the she-wolf said. "A wolf who understands bonds better than any Blackthorn ever could. A wolf you tortured until she broke and became something new. Something better than what you were trying to create." She raised her hands, and Kira felt it, a massive surge of power building. "You want to see what your experiments produced? Allow me to demonstrate." The she-wolf's power exploded outward. Every bond in the facility, pack bonds, blood oaths, magical compulsions, became visible as golden threads connecting wolf to wolf. And then systematically she began cutting. Council wolves found themselves suddenly free of the blood oaths that had bound them to their alphas. Enhanced wolves felt the artificial bonds that controlled them snap like dried twigs. Even the building's structural wards collapsed as she severed their connections to the ley lines. Chaos erupted as wolves who'd been enslaved realized they were free. "Enough!" Marcus shifted, his alpha form massive and terrifying. He charged directly at Kira, clearly deciding that if he couldn't capture her, he'd eliminate her instead. Thane met him mid-leap. 2 alphas collided with bone-shattering force, and the battle became savage primal. But Marcus was older, more experienced, and he'd spent decades consolidating power, while Thane had spent years running. Kira watched in horror as Marcus's fangs found Thane's shoulder, tearing through fur and flesh. Thane yelped, his back leg giving way, and Kira's true sight flared to life with fury. She could see Marcus's bonds, see the blood oaths holding his pack in thrall, see the artificial enhancements he'd given himself using the same technology they'd used on the prisoners, see the corruption eating him from within, the price of power stolen rather than earned. And she could see his weakness. Every bond had one, a single thread that, if severed, would unravel everything else. Kira reached out with her Blackthorn gift, found that critical thread, and pulled. Marcus froze mid-attack. His eyes went wide with shock. And then he shifted back to human form involuntarily, as every bond he'd built over decades collapsed simultaneously. "What?" He fell to his knees, suddenly just an aging wolf stripped of enhanced abilities and stolen power. "What did you do to me?" "I took away everything you didn't earn honestly," Kira said coldly. "I showed you what it feels like to be powerless, to be insufficient, to be rejected." She walked forward, and even wounded, Marcus cringed back from her. "You took everything from me. My mate, my pack, my dignity. You called me deluded, weak, not enough for your son." Kira crouched to meet his eyes. "But the truth is, you were never enough for me. None of you were. Because I'm not just a Blackthorn. I'm the wolf who survived your worst and came back stronger." "Please," Marcus whispered. "Please, I can give you anything. Money, territory. I can reinstate you in the pack." I don't want your pack. Kira stood. I have my own. A real one. Built on choice and loyalty and wolves who see each other's worth. She turned away from him. Evelyn, he's yours. Do with him what supernatural law demands. The other 2 council alphas tried to flee. They didn't make it far. The wolves they'd enslaved caught them, and justice, raw and furious, was swift. By the time the sun rose, the facility was secure. 15 rescued prisoners, 3 captured council alphas, and enough documented evidence to bury the council's reputation forever. But the cost was high. 3 of Crossguard's team were dead. 5 more critically injured. Thane's shoulder wound needed immediate medical attention. And Kira herself was barely conscious, having burned through reserves she didn't know she had. The silver she-wolf approached as Kira sagged against a wall, trying to stay upright through sheer force of will. Thank you, the female said softly, for giving us back our lives, for showing us that even broken things can be remade into something stronger. What will you do now? Kira asked. The she-wolf looked at her daughter, at the other freed prisoners rallying around them. We'll come with you, if you'll have us. We're too dangerous for the council to ignore, and too damaged to survive alone. But together, she smiled, together we might just be unstoppable. Welcome to the pack, Kira said, and meant it. As they evacuated the facility, prisoners, evidence, wounded allies, Kira took one last look at the place where the council had committed their worst atrocities. Dr. Blackwood had already released the documentation to her media contacts. By tonight, the supernatural world would know the truth. And tomorrow, the revolution would truly begin. Chapter 8. The call came at dawn, 3 hours after the facility raid. Kira was in the sanctuary's medical bay, having her own wounds tended while watching over Thane's surgery. The silver poisoning from Marcus's bite had spread faster than expected, and the healers were fighting to save his arm. She held his hand even though he was unconscious, the golden thread between them pulsing weakly but steadily. Hold on, she willed through their bond. Don't you dare leave me now. Not when we just won. Her phone buzzed. Maya's name flashed on the screen, and Kira's stomach dropped. She knew before answering that this call meant death. He's gone, Maya said without preamble, her voice thick with tears. Demon died 20 minutes ago. The artificial bond finally collapsed and took him with it. Kira should have felt something. Relief, maybe, that the wolf who'd rejected her was no longer suffering. Or vindication that karma had caught up with him. Or even residual love for what they'd once shared. Instead, she felt empty. Just tired and empty. How's Sarah? Kira asked. Alive. Barely. She was bound to him too, but not as deeply. She's in critical condition, but the healers think she'll survive. Maya paused. Kira, there's more. Before Demon died, he asked me to record a message. For you. He said it was important. That you needed to hear it before. Before what? Before the funeral. Before the pack learns the truth. Maya's voice dropped to a whisper. He confessed everything, Kira. About the blood magic. About his father's role in the council. About what really happened to your parents. He wanted to make sure you had the evidence you needed to finish what you started. Kira closed her eyes, fighting the complicated tangle of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Send it to me. And Maya? I'm sorry. I know he was your alpha. I know you cared about him. I did. But he stopped being worthy of that care the day he rejected you. Maya's voice hardened with familiar loyalty. I'll send the recording now. And Kira, whatever happens next, whatever you decide to do with this information, I'm with you. Always. The call ended. 30 seconds later, a video file downloaded to Kira's phone. She couldn't watch it. Not yet. Not with Thane still in surgery and her own exhaustion threatening to drag her under. So she pocketed the phone and returned her attention to the male who'd chosen her every day since they met. The surgery took another 2 hours. When the head healer finally emerged, her expression was cautiously optimistic. We saved the arm, she announced. The silver poisoning is neutralized. He'll need physical therapy and time to heal, but he should make a full recovery. Relief crashed through Kira so intensely she nearly collapsed. Evelyn caught her, steadying her with strong hands. Easy, the alpha murmured. When's the last time you slept? 8. Took care of yourself? I'm fine. You're about to pass out. Come on. Thane's stable, he'll sleep for hours, and you need rest before you're any good to anyone. Evelyn was right, though Kira hated admitting it. She let herself be guided to her room, where she finally finally collapsed onto the bed. But sleep didn't come easy. Her mind spun with everything that had happened. The raid, the rescued wolves, Marcus's capture, Demon's death. And that video file burning a hole in her phone. Finally, curiosity won over exhaustion. Kira pulled out her phone and pressed play. Demon's face filled the screen, gaunt, pale, clearly dying. But his storm-gray eyes were clear and focused with the kind of intensity she remembered from when they first met. "Kira," he began, his voice rough. "If you're watching this, I'm dead. And you're probably wondering why I'm haunting you from beyond the grave." A ghost of his old smile. "Always did have terrible timing, didn't I? I need to tell you the truth. All of it. Not to earn forgiveness. I know I'm beyond that. But because you deserve to know what you're really fighting against. My father has been part of the council's inner circle for 20 years. He was there when they decided to eliminate the founding bloodlines. He voted for it. He believed, still believes, that supernatural society needs strong, centralized leadership. That bloodlines with ungovernable powers posed too much risk. When you and I bonded, he panicked. Ran genetic tests without your knowledge. Discovered you were Blackthorn. And he knew that if true sight manifested in you, you'd see every corrupt bond holding the council together. Every blood oath. Every forced loyalty. You'd be able to dismantle everything he'd helped build. So he called in favors with the Nightshade Pack. They'd been researching blood magic for decades, desperate to recreate the founding bloodline gifts. They offered to create an artificial bond between me and Sarah in exchange for access to Crescent Moon's territory for their experiments. My father agreed. And I, Demon's voice cracked. I fought it. Kira, I swear to the moon goddess, I fought it. But blood magic is insidious. It doesn't just bind you, it changes you. Makes you believe the artificial bond is real. Makes you think you're making your own choices when really, you're just a puppet. By the time I realized what was happening, the rejection was already done, and I was too weak to fix it. But that's not even the worst part. Demon leaned closer to the camera. Your parents, the Blackthorns, they didn't die in a random council attack. They were specifically targeted because they'd found proof of something even worse than the bloodline eliminations. The council hasn't just been killing founding bloodlines. They've been harvesting them, taking genetic material, supernatural essence, trying to create artificial versions of the ancient gifts that they can control. That facility you raided? It's one of 7. 7 secret locations where they're torturing wolves, trying to turn them into weapons. And the demonstration they had planned, it wasn't just about showing off enhanced wolves. It was about unveiling their new army. Hundreds of wolves modified to possess corrupted versions of true sight, spirit walking, weather control, all the founding bloodline gifts. An army loyal only to the council, powerful enough to enforce whatever laws they want. Your parents discovered the locations of all 7 facilities. They were planning to release the information, free the prisoners, expose everything. That's why my father and the council had them executed. Not just to eliminate 2 Blackthorns, but to bury the evidence they'd gathered. But they didn't get everything. Demon reached off camera and held up a small USB drive. Your father gave this to Marcus, your uncle, for safekeeping. Marcus gave it to me 3 months ago, after he realized what my father had done to you. Asked me to make sure you got it if anything happened to him. It contains everything. Locations of all 7 facilities. Names of every council member involved. Financial records. Testimony from survivors. Genetic research data. Everything you need to bring them down completely. I'm leaving it with Maya. She'll get it to you after I'm gone. And Kira. Demon's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. For the rejection. For not being strong enough to fight the blood magic. For letting politics and fear turn me into someone who hurt the best thing that ever happened to me. You deserved so much better than what I gave you. But you found better, didn't you? I've heard about Thane Wolfheart. About how he looks at you. How you look at him. That's not a forced bond. That's not blood magic. That's choice. And I'm glad. I'm glad you found someone who's brave enough to choose you every day. Take care of yourself. Take down the council. And know that even though I fucked everything up, loving you was the realest thing I ever felt. The video ended. Kira sat in the darkness of her room, tears streaming down her face. Not for Demon, but for what might have been if circumstances had been different. If blood magic hadn't corrupted him. If politics hadn't poisoned their bond. But crying over alternate realities was pointless. She had the real world to deal with. And according to Demon's message, 6 more facilities to raid. A soft knock interrupted her spiral. Kira. Thane's voice, rough with pain medication but alert. Can I come in? She opened the door to find him leaning heavily on crutches, his shoulder wrapped in thick bandages. He should have been resting, recovering, sleeping. Instead, he dragged himself to her room because the golden thread told him she was in distress. You're supposed to be in bed, Kira said, but she was already helping him inside, settling him onto her bed with careful hands. Couldn't sleep. Kept feeling your pain through the bond. Thane's amber-gold eyes searched her face. What happened? Demon died. Left me a video confession about the council, about what really happened to my parents, about. She trailed off, unsure how to explain the complicated mess of emotions. About the fact that he loved you, Thane finished quietly. And part of you still loves him. Or at least loves who he could have been. I'm sorry. Don't. Thane caught her hand, pulling her down to sit beside him. Don't apologize for having feelings. For grieving what was lost. That's what makes you human. What makes you real. But we're together now. We're building something based on truth, Thane interrupted. Which means you don't have to hide your complicated feelings from me. I'm not threatened by a dead wolf's confession, Kira. I'm not competing with his memory. He brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles gently. Because I know something he never did. I know that you're not a prize to be won. You're a partner to be earned. Every single day. The tears came harder now. Relief, gratitude, love all tangled together. Kira pressed her forehead to Thane's, breathing him in, letting the golden thread between them anchor her. He left information, she said when she could speak again. About 6 more facilities. Hundreds more wolves being tortured. We have to. Tomorrow, Thane said firmly. Tonight you rest. You've been going non-stop for 72 hours. You're running on fumes and stubbornness. If you don't rest now, you'll collapse when we need you most. But, Kira, he cupped her face with his uninjured hand. Let someone else be strong for you. Just for tonight. Let me hold you while you fall apart, and tomorrow we'll put you back together and face whatever comes next. It was permission she didn't know she needed. Permission to stop being the leader, the warrior, the unbreakable Blackthorn for just a few hours. To be simply Kira. Tired, scared, grieving, and held. She curled into Thane's side, careful of his injured shoulder, and let herself cry. For Demon. For her parents. For every wolf suffering in council facilities. For the impossible task ahead of them. And Thane held her through all of it, stroking her hair and murmuring words of comfort, the golden thread. Between them pulsing with steady, unshakable love. The next morning brought clarity and renewed purpose. Kira gathered her pack in the main hall, now numbering 32 wolves after adding the rescued prisoners from the facility. The silver she-wolf stood beside her daughter Aurora, both looking healthier after a night of rest and proper food. The other freed wolves were scattered throughout the room, their modified features stark reminders of the council's crimes. Dr. Blackwood had spent the night analyzing Demon's USB drive. Now she presented her findings with the grim efficiency of someone who'd seen too many horrors to be shocked anymore. 7 facilities total, she announced, projecting a map onto the screen. 3 in the Rocky Mountains, 2 in the Appalachians, 1 in the Pacific Northwest, and 1 in northern Canada. Combined, they're holding an estimated 200 wolves in various stages of modification. Shocked silence filled the room. 200. That was nearly double what they'd expected. The council's demonstration is in 5 days, Blackwood continued. They're planning to showcase the 50 most successful modifications. Wolves who've manifested stable corrupted abilities without going insane or dying. The other 150 are considered failures. Expendable. They're going to kill them, Iris Moonweaver breathed. Clean up the evidence before anyone can expose what they've done. Exactly. Which means we have 5 days to raid 6 facilities, extract 200 wolves, and build a case so airtight the council can't deny or bury it. Blackwood looked at Kira. It's impossible. Even with our resources, we can't hit 6 locations simultaneously. Then we don't do it simultaneously, Kira said, her mind already working through logistics. We do it strategically. Hit the facilities where they're holding the wolves marked for execution first. Get them out, get them safe. The successful modifications they're planning to showcase are already scheduled to be moved to the demonstration site. We can intercept them during transport. That still leaves us trying to coordinate 3 major operations across 1,000 miles of territory. Evelyn pointed out. My team is good, but we're not miracle workers. Then we expand the team. Kira turned to the silver she-wolf. You said you can create bonds. Forge connections between wolves. Can you do it across distances? Create a telepathic network that would let us coordinate in real time. The she-wolf's kaleidoscope eyes widened with understanding. I've never tried anything on that scale. The power required would be immense. But she looked at her daughter, at the other freed wolves, at the pack Kira had built. With anchors. If I had strong wolves to serve as relay points to channel the power through. Yes, I think I could do it. I'll be an anchor, Thane said immediately, despite his injury. Me too, Marcus Stormcaller agreed. My connection to ley lines makes me a natural conduit for magical energy. And me, Iris added. My spirit walking lets me exist partially in both realms. I can bridge the physical and metaphysical components of the network. One by one, wolves volunteered, not just from Kira's founding bloodline survivors, but from Crossguard's team, from the rescued prisoners, from every wolf who'd been marginalized or hunted by the Council's regime. We'll need combat teams for each facility, Evelyn said, already mentally organizing. Extraction teams, medical support, and someone needs to stay here to coordinate and provide sanctuary for the wolves we rescue. I'll coordinate, Dr. Blackwood volunteered, and I'll continue building the public case. By the time we're done, every supernatural in North America will know what the Council did. Kira looked around the room at her pack, scarred, modified, traumatized, but united. United by choice, by shared purpose, by the revolutionary idea that wolves deserved better than the corrupt system that had ruled them for decades. 5 days, she said. 5 days to dismantle an empire built on torture and lies. 5 days to save 200 lives. 5 days to show the Council that the founding bloodlines aren't extinct. We're just getting started. The room erupted in howls, fierce, defiant, unstoppable. Voice becomes intimate and charged with emotion. That afternoon, Kira found herself alone with Thane in the compound's armory, checking weapons and supplies for the coming operations. The physical work was meditative, giving her hands something to do while her mind processed everything. You're quiet, Thane observed, loading silver rounds into magazines with his good hand. Thinking about what comes after, Kira admitted. After we save the wolves, expose the Council, tear down their power structure. What then? What do we build in its place? Something better. Something based on choice rather than coercion. Thane set down the magazine and turned to face her fully. A supernatural society where bloodline doesn't determine worth. Where power is earned through merit, not stolen through blood magic. Where wolves like us, wolves who were supposed to be extinct, get to exist openly and safely. That's a beautiful dream. Dreams become reality when enough people fight for them. He moved closer until Kira could feel his warmth, smell his scent, pine and earth and home. And you're the kind of leader who makes people want to fight. I'm not a leader. I'm just a she-wolf who survived rejection and exile and came back strong enough to challenge the most powerful alphas in North America. Thane interrupted. A blackthorn who manifested true sight and used it to free slaves instead of seeking revenge. A female who builds packs based on loyalty and choice, who sees worth in the broken and modified, who fights for wolves she's never met because it's the right thing to do. He cupped her face gently. You're not just anything, Kira. You're everything. The golden thread between them pulsed, warm and insistent. Kira saw it with her true sight. Not a mate bond forced by destiny, but something they were actively choosing to build. A connection strengthened by trust, respect, shared purpose. And love. Undeniable, terrifying, wonderful love. I'm falling in love with you, Kira said, the words escaping before she could stop them. Actually, I think I've already fallen. Past tense, present tense, future tense, all the tenses. Thane's smile was incandescent. Good, because I'm completely, irrevocably in love with you. Have been since you saved my life. Since you looked at me like I mattered when I'd spent years believing I didn't. When this is over, Kira said carefully, when we've taken down the Council and built something better, I want to explore this. Us. See what we can become when we're not constantly fighting for survival. When this is over, Thane agreed, I'm going to court you properly. Take you on actual dates. Show you that I can be romantic and thoughtful, not just a warrior fighting at your side. I like you as a warrior. You'll like me as a lover even better. The promise in his voice made Kira's breath catch. She kissed him then, deep and claiming, a declaration of intent. The golden thread between them flared so bright her true sight showed it lighting up the entire armory. This was what bonds were supposed to feel like. Not chains, but wings. Not prison, but partnership. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Thane rested his forehead against hers. 5 days, he murmured. We survive 5 more days of hell, and then I'm taking you somewhere beautiful and reminding you what peace feels like. Deal, Kira agreed. But as they returned to their preparations, both knew the next 5 days would test them in ways they couldn't predict. The council wouldn't go down without a fight. And sometimes the hardest battles were the ones fought after you thought you'd already won. Voice builds with anticipation and promise. That night, the silver she-wolf, who'd finally remembered her name was Celine, began building the telepathic network that would connect their scattered teams. 32 wolves gathered in a circle, anchors positioned at cardinal points, and Celine at the center. This will hurt, she warned. I'm essentially creating new neural pathways in all your minds, forging bonds that don't naturally exist. Your wolves might resist the intrusion. We can handle it, Kira assured her. Celine nodded and began. Her power unfurled like a flower blooming, touching each wolf's mind with delicate precision. Kira felt it, a foreign presence weaving through her consciousness, connecting her to Thane, to Evelyn, to Iris, to every wolf in their pack. And through those connections she felt them. Their fears, their determination, their hope. The network wasn't just communication. It was unity. Deep, profound, unshakable unity. When Celine finally lowered her hands, swaying with exhaustion, they were no longer just a pack. They were a consciousness. Individual but connected. Separate but whole. Test it, Celine gasped. Think at each other. See if it works. Can you hear me? Kira projected toward Thane. Loud and clear, his mental voice responded, warm and amused. This is incredible. One by one, wolves tested the network. Messages flew back and forth, across the room and across miles as wolves stationed at different facilities checked in. The network held, strengthened, became something none of them had experienced before. True pack consciousness, without the hierarchical dominance that usually came with it. We're ready, Kira announced to the gathered wolves. Tomorrow we begin. And by the end of the week, the council will learn that some chains, once broken, can never be reforged. Voice drops to an intimate whisper. And beautiful souls? That network Celine created? It was about to become the weapon that would change everything. Because the council had no idea what it meant to fight a pack that could think as one, move as one, fight as one. They were about to find out. Chapter 9. Day 1 of the coordinated strikes began at midnight. Kira led the team targeting the Appalachian facility, the one holding 63 wolves marked for immediate execution. Through Celine's telepathic network, she could feel the other teams moving into position across the continent. Thane commanded the Pacific Northwest operation despite his injury. Evelyn took the Canadian facility, and the Nightrunner siblings coordinated strikes on the 3 remaining Rocky Mountain locations. All teams in position, Kira projected through the network. Status check. Responses flooded back instantly. Not words, but feelings. Readiness. Determination. The unique sense of 32 wolves breathing as one organism. On my mark, Kira sent. 3, 2, 1. Breach. The Appalachian facility was built into the side of a mountain, disguised as a mining operation. But Kira's true sight showed her the truth. Layers of wards, guard rotations, and underneath it all, the desperate hope of wolves who'd given up on rescue. Marcus Stormcaller called down fog so thick it turned midnight into absolute darkness. Lightning cracked overhead, perfectly timed to fry the facility's external cameras. And Iris Moonweaver slipped into the spirit realm, her ethereal form passing through walls to unlock doors from the inside. They'd perfected the strategy during the first raid. Now they executed it with surgical precision. Kira's team poured through the opened entrance, 10 wolves moving like liquid shadow. They encountered 4 guards who never even reached for their weapons before cross-guards' tranquilizer darts dropped them. Silent, efficient, deadly in their competence. Through the network, Kira felt Thane's team hitting similar resistance in the Pacific Northwest. Felt Evelyn's fury as she discovered the Canadian facility had already executed 20 wolves, leaving only bodies behind. Felt the Nightrunner's grim satisfaction as they freed prisoner after prisoner from the Rocky Mountain sites. Basement level, Iris's voice echoed in Kira's mind. 63 cells. Heavy wards. They're expecting us. Of course they were. The council had learned from the first facility raid. They'd reinforced their defenses, added extra guards, prepared for another attack. But they hadn't prepared for 32 wolves thinking as one consciousness. Kira reached the basement to find council wolves waiting. 20 of them, armed with silver weapons and blood magic charms. They'd turned the corridor into a kill box, every angle covered, every escape route blocked. Kira Blackthorn, the lead guard, called out. Stand down. Surrender yourself, and we'll show mercy to your pack. Kira laughed, a sound that echoed with confidence she'd spent 6 months earning. Mercy? Like the mercy you showed these prisoners? Like the mercy you showed my parents? Her true sight flared, showing her every weakness in the council's defensive formation. Every ward anchor point. Every blood oath binding the guards to their posts. Every thread that, if severed, would collapse their entire strategy. Now she projected through the network. Celine's power flooded through Kira, amplified by every wolf in their pack. The telepathic network became a conduit for something far more dangerous than communication. It became a channel for combined power. 32 wolves, thousands of miles apart, all lending their strength to Kira's true sight. The wards didn't just break. They exploded. The guards' blood oaths didn't just sever. They unraveled, taking chunks of their supernatural essence with them. And the council's careful defensive formation dissolved into chaos, as wolves who'd been magically compelled to fight suddenly found themselves free. Half the guards dropped their weapons immediately, horror and relief washing across their faces. What did you do to us? One gasped. I gave you back your choice, Kira said. Now choose. Fight for the council that enslaved you, or stand aside and let us free the wolves they're planning to murder. They stood aside. The remaining guards, those loyal by genuine conviction rather than magical compulsion, fought viciously. But they were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and facing wolves who'd spent months training for exactly this scenario. 10 minutes. That's all it took to secure the basement. Kira moved from cell to cell, her hands on each ward, Celine's amplified power flowing through her. The blood magic fought back. These wards were stronger than the ones at the first facility, anchored to multiple ley lines and reinforced with ritual sacrifice. Darker, Kira realized with horror. They killed wolves to power these wards. Fury gave her strength. She tore through ward after ward, each breaking sending shockwaves through the facility's magical infrastructure. And with each freed prisoner, their pack grew stronger. The wolves they rescued weren't like the first group. These had been in captivity longer, modified more extensively. Some had extra limbs. Some had eyes that glowed with unnatural colors. One male had crystalline growths erupting from his spine that pulsed with stolen elemental power. But they were alive, and they were free. Can you walk? Kira asked each one. Some could, some couldn't, but every single one was determined to try. Through the network, Kira felt Thane's success in the Pacific Northwest, 42 wolves freed. Felt the Nightrunner's triple victory, 78 wolves total from the 3 Rocky Mountain facilities. And felt Evelyn's grief-fueled rage as she documented the massacre at the Canadian site before burning it to the ground. Status, Kira projected to all teams. Casualties. 2 of mine injured, Thane reported. Nothing critical. 1 dead, Evelyn's mental voice was ice. Council guard got lucky with a silver blade. But we made them pay for it. All clear here, Ash Nightrunner added. Though one of the prisoners is different, stronger than the others. I think we found someone special. Secure them all, Kira ordered. Rally point is. The explosion rocked the facility. Kira was thrown against the wall, her vision whiting out from the impact. Through the network, she felt similar attacks hitting the other facilities simultaneously. Coordinated. Planned. It's a trap, Thane's voice screamed through their bond. They're destroying the facilities with us inside. Voice becomes frantic, desperate. The Appalachian facility began collapsing around them. Support beams cracked. Ceiling tiles rained down. And worst of all, Kira could feel the ley lines beneath the building being deliberately destabilized. A magical earthquake designed to bury everyone inside under tons of rock and earth. All teams evacuate now, Kira projected. This is a scorched earth protocol. They're destroying the evidence, including us. Her team moved instantly, years of training overriding panic. They grabbed prisoners who couldn't walk, formed a human chain through the collapsing corridors. moved toward the exit with desperate speed. But 63 freed wolves plus a 10-member extraction team couldn't move fast enough. The facility was collapsing faster than they could climb, and the exit was 3 floors up through a building that was actively trying to kill them. "We're not going to make it." Iris's mental voice held horrible certainty. "The spirit realm is collapsing too. Something is pulling it down, forcing it to mirror the physical destruction. I can't walk us out." Kira's mind raced. They needed time. They needed the building to stop collapsing long enough to evacuate. They needed Marcus, she projected desperately. "Can you stabilize the ley lines? Counter whatever they're doing to destabilize them?" "Not alone," Marcus responded. Through the network, Kira could feel him already working, his Stormcaller gifts reaching deep into the earth, trying to calm the magical earthquake. "But I'm one wolf against deliberate sabotage. You need amplification," Celine interrupted. "Everyone, channel your power through Marcus." Now, the network flared to life. 32 wolves, scattered across a continent, all pouring their energy into one Stormcaller trying to hold back an apocalypse. The strain was immense. Kira could feel it burning through their collective consciousness, threatening to tear the network apart. But it was working. The shaking slowed. The ceiling stopped raining debris. And the ley lines, instead of tearing themselves apart, began to stabilize and even strengthen under Marcus's amplified control. "Go!" Kira shouted to her team. "Move, move, move." They ran. Kira brought up the rear, making sure every prisoner got out ahead of her. A male wolf with modified legs that ended in something resembling talons couldn't climb the stairs. Kira threw him over her shoulder, ignoring his protests, and hauled him upward through sheer stubborn determination. Behind her, she could feel the facility's structure groaning, ready to collapse the moment Marcus's control slipped. 60 seconds, Marcus gasped through the network. "That's all I can give you. 60 seconds before the backlash kills me. Make it count." Evelyn's voice was grim. "My team is clear. Nightrunners are clear." "Thane." 20 seconds out, Thane responded. "Lost 2 prisoners in the initial blast. The rest are." "Kira, we're clear. Get out of there." Kira burst through the facility's front entrance with 5 seconds to spare. Her team was scattered across the parking lot, helping prisoners into vehicles, performing emergency medical care, moving with organized chaos that somehow got everyone accounted for. "Clear," Kira projected. "Marcus, let it go." The Stormcaller released his hold, and the facility imploded. Not collapsed, imploded, folding in on itself as the destabilized ley lines finally tore themselves apart. In 30 seconds, a 3-story building became a crater filled with rubble. If they'd been 60 seconds slower, they would have been buried alive. Through the network, Kira felt similar implosions at each facility. The council had planned this, knew they would attempt rescue operations, and decided that destroying the evidence, and the rescuers, was worth sacrificing their own guards and research. Casualties, Kira projected, dreading the answer. The responses came back through the network. Thane had lost 2 prisoners and 1 crossguard operative. Evelyn's team was intact but shell-shocked. The Nightrunners had gotten everyone out, but 3 prisoners were critically injured from the blast. Total saved: 183 wolves. Total lost: 25 murdered before they arrived, plus 3 killed in the explosions. Not everyone, but most of them. Rally Point Alpha, Kira ordered. All teams converge. We need medical attention, regrouping, and to figure out our next move before the council realizes we survived. Voice shifts to intimate concern and growing strength. Rally Point Alpha was an abandoned summer camp 50 miles from the sanctuary, far enough from any facility to be safe, isolated enough to avoid detection. They'd prepared it specifically for this scenario, and now it became a makeshift hospital, barracks, and war room all in one. Kira arrived to find chaos barely contained by Crossguard's organizational skills. Rescued wolves in various states of injury and modification filled every cabin. Healers moved between them, treating wounds, administering sedatives to those in shock, doing what they could with limited supplies. And in the center of it all stood Thane, coordinating everything despite his own exhaustion and injury. The moment he saw Kira, relief flooded through their golden bond so intensely it made her knees weak. He crossed to her in 3 strides and pulled her into a fierce embrace, mindful of his injured shoulder. "I thought I lost you when the facility started collapsing and I couldn't feel you through the network." "I'm fine," Kira assured him, though her hands were shaking now that the adrenaline was wearing off. We got them out. Most of them. Most is a miracle considering what the council tried to do. Thane pulled back to study her face. You're covered in dust and blood. None of it's mine. Kira looked past him at the controlled chaos. How many need immediate medical attention? 37 critical. Another 60 stable, but requiring monitoring. The rest are mobile and helping where they can. Thane's expression darkened. And we found something in one of the Rocky Mountain facilities. Someone the council kept separate from the other prisoners. Someone they were preparing for a very specific purpose. Show me. Thane led her to an isolated cabin where Crossguard's best guards stood watch. Inside, Kira found a male wolf who made every instinct in her body scream dangerous. He was massive, easily 6'6", built like he was carved from granite. But it wasn't his size that set off alarm bells. It was his power. Even unconscious and restrained with silver chains, he radiated alpha energy so intense it made the air hard to breathe. And more than that, Kira's true sight showed her something impossible. This wolf had bonds to everything. To the earth beneath them. To the air they breathed. To the very fabric of reality itself. What is he? Kira breathed. We think he's what happens when you combine all the founding bloodline gifts into one wolf, Dr. Blackwood said from the corner. She'd been examining him, and her expression was equal parts fascinated and terrified. The Council's ultimate weapon. They took genetic material from every bloodline they destroyed and used it to modify him. He has fragments of true sight, spirit walking, weather control, enhanced speed, communication abilities, everything. All corrupted and twisted and forced into one supernatural form. Is he stable? For now. But Kira, if he wakes up and those abilities activate simultaneously. Blackwood trailed off, letting the implications hang. He could destroy us all, Kira finished. Or himself. Or both. There's more. Thane pulled out a file folder. We found his records. His name is Kieran. And before the council captured him 15 years ago, he was my cousin, a voice said from the doorway. Kira spun to find Marcus, her uncle Marcus, not the Stormcaller, standing there with tears streaming down his face. That's Kieran Blackthorn, your father's brother's son. We thought he died in the purge. The council told us they'd executed all the male line Blackthorns to prevent the gifts from passing on. They didn't execute him, Kira said slowly, horror dawning. They kept him, experimented on him for 15 years, turned him into a weapon specifically designed to hunt and kill other founding bloodline wolves. And in 3 days, Blackwood added grimly, they're planning to unleash him at their demonstration, show the supernatural world their perfect soldier, a wolf who can track, capture, and eliminate any supernatural threat, starting with us. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. The council hadn't just been creating weapons. They'd been creating a hunter specifically designed to destroy everything Kira had built. Can we help him? Kira asked. Break whatever conditioning they've put him under? Remove the corrupted modifications. I can try, Celine offered. She'd entered quietly, her daughter Aurora close behind. But it'll require going deep into his psyche, severing bonds that have been reinforced for 15 years. And Kira, there's a chance he's too far gone. That the wolf he was before is completely destroyed. We have to try. Kira looked at the unconscious male. Her cousin, family she'd never known existed. He didn't ask to be turned into a weapon. And he deserves the chance to choose who he wants to be. It's risky, Thane warned. If Celine's attempt triggers his abilities, if he wakes up hostile, then I'll stop him. Kira's voice was steel. With every wolf in our network backing me, I'll sever whatever bonds the council used to control him. And if I can't, she met Thane's eyes. If I can't save him, I'll make his death as painless as possible. Because that's more mercy than the council ever showed him. Thane nodded slowly. When do we do this? Now, Celine said. Before the council realizes we have him. Before they activate whatever fail-safes they've built into his conditioning. And before the demonstration in 3 days forces our hand. Voice becomes tense with spiritual weight. They gathered in the cabin's main room. Kira, Celine, Aurora, Thane, Marcus, and Dr. Blackwood. The rest of the network remained on standby, ready to lend power if needed but far enough away to survive if everything went wrong. Kieran still lay unconscious, the silver chains keeping him restrained. Celine placed her hands on his temples, her kaleidoscope eyes beginning to glow. I'm going in, she announced. Kira, I'll need you to guide me with your true sight. Show me where the bonds are strongest, where the conditioning runs deepest. Everyone else, be ready to pull me out if this goes sideways. Kira let her true sight unfold fully. Kieran's bonds appeared in sharp relief. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands. Threads connecting him to council members, to blood oaths, to magical compulsions layered over years. And underneath it all, buried so deep it was barely visible, one golden thread that pulsed with Blackthorn heritage. There, Kira breathed. That's him. The real him. We need to strengthen that thread while severing everything the council built on top of it. Celine nodded and began. Her power flowed into Kieran's mind, searching, probing, finding the layers of conditioning, and beginning the delicate work of unraveling them. Through the network, Kira could feel what Celine saw, memories of torture, of being broken down and rebuilt, of being forced to hunt and kill other founding bloodline wolves while council members watched and recorded data, of losing himself piece by piece until he wasn't sure who he'd been before the pain started. 15 years. 15 years of systematic destruction. He's too damaged, Celine gasped. There's barely anything left of who he was. The council didn't just modify him, they erased him. Keep looking, Kira demanded. There has to be something. Some core of who he was that survived. Celine dug deeper, and Kira followed with her true sight. Past the conditioning. Past the blood oaths. Past the corrupted modifications. Down to the very essence of what made Kieran who he was. And there, hidden so deep the council never found it, a memory. Preserved like a pearl inside an oyster. Protected by layers of trauma and forced forgetting. A young male wolf, maybe 8 years old, sitting with a man who looked remarkably like Marcus. Learning about true sight, about Blackthorn heritage, about responsibility and choice, and what it meant to have power. I see it, Kira said. Celine, there's a memory. A core memory that defines who he was. If we can amplify it, maybe. Maybe we can rebuild him from that foundation, Celine finished. Aurora, I need you. Channel your gift into that memory. Make it stronger. Make it real. Aurora stepped forward, her young face set with determination. Her power, inherited from her mother but untainted by council modification, flowed into Kieran alongside Celine's. The effect was immediate and violent. Kieran's eyes snapped open. One golden like a blackthorn, one silver like corrupted magic. He convulsed against the chains, a howl of pure agony tearing from his throat as 15 years of conditioning collided with the memory of who he'd been. Hold him, Thane shouted, throwing his weight across Kieran's legs. But Kieran's strength was supernatural. The chains snapped like thread. His modified power lashed out in all directions. Wind that smelled like storms, spiritual energy that made the walls between realms thin, and underneath it all, a fragment of true sight that showed him exactly where everyone's weaknesses were. Network now, Kira projected desperately. 30 wolves across hundreds of miles poured their strength into Kira. Through her into Kieran, not attacking him, but supporting him, showing him he wasn't alone, that there were others like him, modified, broken, but choosing to survive anyway. Kieran froze. His heterochromatic eyes found Kira's, and for a moment recognition flickered. Blackthorn, he rasped. Your family. I'm Kira. Your cousin. And yes, we're family. Kira approached slowly, hands raised in peace. The council took you, modified you, used you as a weapon. But that's over now. You're free. You get to choose who you want to be. Free. Kieran repeated the word like he'd forgotten its meaning. Then his expression crumpled. I killed them. Other bloodline wolves. I hunted them. Tracked them down. Delivered them to the council for experimentation. I'm a monster. You're a victim, Marcus said firmly, stepping forward despite the danger. The council broke you, Kieran. Used you. But you're still my nephew. Still a Blackthorn. And if you'll let us, we'll help you heal. Tears streamed down Kieran's face. One golden, one silver, both human. I don't know if I can be helped. There's so much blood on my hands. So many wolves dead because of me. Then help us save the ones who are still alive, Kira said. Help us take down the council. Use what they made you into against them. Turn their weapon into their worst nightmare. Kieran looked at her for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. Okay, he whispered. Okay, I'll help. But if I start to lose control, if the conditioning takes over again, then I'll stop you, Kira promised. But not by killing you. By reminding you who you really are. By showing you that family doesn't abandon family. Not anymore. Voice fills with determination and building hope. The next 48 hours transformed their operation. With Kieran's intimate knowledge of council operations, they refined their strategy for the demonstration. He knew the location, a massive supernatural gathering ground in Montana that could hold thousands. Knew the security protocols. Knew which council members would be present and where they'd be positioned. And most importantly, he knew how to break the blood oaths binding every council member to their conspiracy of silence. The council's power rests on 3 pillars, Kieran explained, his voice still rough from disuse but growing stronger. Blood oaths that prevent any member from betraying the others. Financial control through supernatural banks they manipulate. And fear, the belief that they're untouchable, that opposition is futile. So we break all 3, Kira said. Simultaneously, publicly, at their own demonstration. They're expecting opposition, Dr. Blackwood warned. They'll have enhanced wolves, security teams, magical wards. This won't be like raiding a research facility. This will be war. Then we bring an army. Kira looked around at her assembled pack. 183 rescued wolves, 32 founding bloodline survivors, Crossguard's full team, and now Kieran. Plus every supernatural creature Thane had allied with over the months. We show them what it looks like when the marginalized stop accepting their marginalization. When the hunted become hunters. When wolves who were supposed to be extinct rise up and demand the supernatural world answer for its crimes. Through the network, Kira felt her pack's response. Fierce agreement, righteous fury, and underneath it all, hope. The kind of hope that came from finally believing change was possible. 2 days, she projected to all of them. 2 days to prepare. 2 days to rest and heal and get ready. And then we crash the council's demonstration and show the entire supernatural world what they've been hiding. What about the wolves they're planning to showcase? Thane asked through their private bond. The 50 successful modifications they're transporting to the demonstration site? Kira smiled, a predator's expression that would have terrified her 6 months ago. We intercept them, free them, and give the council exactly what they're expecting. A demonstration of modified wolf abilities. Just not the one they planned. I love the way your mind works, Thane sent back, warmth flooding their golden thread. Love me enough to help me change the world? Beautiful, Thane's mental voice was fierce with devotion. I'd help you change the universe if you asked. Voice becomes intimate and charged. That night, with plans made and preparations underway, Kira found herself alone with Thane on the Rally Point's observation deck. The same stars that had witnessed her rejection now watched her stand as a leader, a warrior, a wolf who'd transformed trauma into strength. Tomorrow, we intercept the council's transport, Kira said quietly. Day after that, we crash their demonstration. And then we see if we survive, Thane finished. See if our dream of a better supernatural world can actually become reality. Are you scared? Terrified? Thane pulled her close, his warmth a comfort against the mountain chill. But not of dying, of losing you, of getting this close to happiness and having it ripped away. Kira tilted her head back to meet his amber gold eyes. Then let's make a deal. We both survive. We both fight like hell to make it through the next 2 days. And when this is over, when we've won. When? Thane repeated, smiling at her certainty. When we've won, Kira continued, we build something together. Not just a pack, not just a revolution, but a life. The kind neither of us thought we'd get to have. What kind of life? One where we wake up next to each other every morning. Where we fight side by side, but also get to rest side by side. Where the biggest decision we face is what to have for breakfast, not which council facility to raid. Kira's voice grew soft. A life where being together is the adventure, not just a side effect of revolution. Thane kissed her then, deep and claiming, a promise sealed in touch and breath. The golden thread between them sang with joy and love and fierce determination to survive what was coming. I choose that life, Thane murmured against her lips. I choose you. Every day, every moment, every battle. You're my home, Kira Blackthorn. And you're mine, Kira whispered back. They stood wrapped in each other's arms as the stars wheeled overhead. 2 wolves who'd been broken by rejection and loss now remade through choice and love. The future was uncertain. The coming battle might destroy them. But they would face it together. And that made all the difference. Chapter 10. The council's transport convoy moved through Montana backcountry at dawn. 3 armored vehicles carrying 50 modified wolves to their demonstration debut. Heavy security. military-grade wards, and absolutely no idea that 100 wolves were waiting in the mountains above them. Kira crouched in the tree line, her true sight tracking the convoy's approach. Beside her, Kieran studied his former captors with the cold assessment of someone who knew every weakness in their operation. 2 enhanced wolves per vehicle, he murmured, plus drivers and guards. The prisoners are sedated and chained with silver. Standard council protocol for asset transport. Assets. As if modified wolves were equipment instead of people. Kira's fury was ice-cold and diamond-hard. Positions. Through the network, her pack responded. Thane's team held the high ground to the north. Evelyn's to the south. The Nightrunner siblings were positioned a mile ahead, ready to block the convoy's escape route. And Celine waited in the center, her power coiled and ready to sever every bond the moment Kira gave the signal. Remember, Kira projected to all teams, we want prisoners alive if possible. These guards are victims too, most bound by blood oaths they never chose. Give them the chance to surrender. And if they don't? Ash Nightrunner asked. Then we show them what happens when you stand between us and freedom. The convoy entered the kill zone. Marcus Stormcaller's fog rolled down the mountainside, thick and supernatural, turning morning into midnight. The vehicle's headlights became useless. Their GPS systems went haywire as he manipulated the magnetic fields. And their communications died as Iris walked through the spirit realm, severing every radio connection. Perfect chaos. Now, Kira said aloud and through the network simultaneously. Her pack descended on the convoy like a force of nature. Trees fell across the road, not accidents, but precisely placed barriers guided by Kieran's knowledge of the route. The lead vehicle swerved, hit one of the fallen trees, and skidded to a halt. The others had seconds to react before Crossguard's team emerged from the fog. Weapons trained on drivers' compartments. Exit the vehicles. Evelyn's voice carried absolute authority. Hands visible, no sudden movements, and maybe you survive the next 60 seconds. The guards hesitated. Through the network, Kira felt their confusion, their fear, their blood oaths screaming at them to fight even as their survival instincts said surrender. Celine, Kira projected. The guards. Can you see their blood oaths? Yes. And Kira, they're not standard oaths. These are death oaths. If they fail to protect the convoy, the oaths will kill them. The council made sure they couldn't surrender, even if they wanted to. Rage burned through Kira, so hot she saw red. The council hadn't just enslaved these wolves. They'd turned them into suicide soldiers who would die whether they fought or fled. Change of plans, Kira announced through the network. Celine, I'm channeling power to you. Break those death oaths. All of them. Right now. That's 15 wolves simultaneously, Celine protested. The strain could. I don't care. Do it. Celine's power exploded outward, amplified by every wolf in their network. Kira felt it flow through her like lightning, burning, agonizing, but necessary. The death oaths lit up in her true sight, ugly black threads wrapped around each guard's life force. Celine seized those threads and tore. The guards collapsed as one, screaming as bonds that should have killed them instead unraveled harmlessly. When they looked up, shock and gratitude warred on their faces. You're free, Kira called out to them. The oaths that would have killed you are gone. You can fight us and die. You can run and live. Or you can help us free the prisoners in those vehicles and join the wolves who are done serving the council's corruption. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then one guard, a female with scars suggesting years of service, dropped her weapon and raised her hands. I surrender, she said clearly. I choose freedom. One by one, the others followed. 14 guards laying down arms, choosing survival, choosing choice over compulsion. Only one guard remained defiant. An older male whose blood oath had been replaced by genuine loyalty. He reached for his weapon, and Thane was there before Kira could blink, disarming him with brutal efficiency. Sleep it off, Thane said, and Crossguard's tranquilizer dart put the male down. Vehicles secured, Evelyn reported. Opening transport compartments now. The moment they broke the seals, Kira felt it. The prisoners' terror, their hope, their desperate need to believe rescue was real. She moved to the first vehicle and found herself face to face with wolves who'd been through hell. Some were physically modified like the wolves they'd rescued from the facilities. Extra limbs, unusual features, corrupted power radiating from them. Others looked normal, but carried the haunted expressions of wolves who'd been broken psychologically. And all of them were chained with silver that burned their skin raw. I'm Kira Blackthorn, she said, making eye contact with each one. We're here to free you, to give you the choice the council stole, and to make sure they never do this to anyone else. Blackthorn, one prisoner, a young male with eyes that glowed faint blue, leaned forward. The council said all the Blackthorns were dead, said the founding bloodlines were extinct. They lied. Kira's true sight showed her the silver chain's lock mechanisms, complex but not impossible. She focused her power, found the magical signature binding them closed, and severed it. The chains fell away with a clatter. About everything. But we're going to show the supernatural world the truth. And you're going to help us do it. Voice builds with purpose and growing power. By the time they finished freeing all 50 prisoners, the sun had fully risen. But instead of 3 vehicles headed to a council demonstration, they had 50 more wolves joining the revolution, along with 14 guards who'd chosen freedom over forced loyalty. That's 247 wolves, Dr. Blackwood said, updating her count with something like awe. 247 survivors of the council's genocide program, all willing to testify, all ready to fight, and all modified in ways the council thought they could control, Kieran added. He stood among the freed prisoners, many of whom recognized him as the weapon that had hunted their friends and families. But instead of hatred, they showed understanding. They'd all been tools in the council's hands, which means we have abilities they're not expecting us to use against them. Kira gathered everyone in a clearing just off the road. 247 wolves plus her original pack plus Crossguard's team. Over 300 wolves total, all connected through Celine's telepathic network. The council's demonstration starts in 8 hours, Kira announced. They're expecting to showcase 50 modified wolves who'll perform on command, proving their new army is ready. Instead, they're going to face 300 wolves who are done performing, done obeying, done accepting that founding bloodline gifts belong to the council. She activated her true sight fully, letting it blaze from her eyes like golden fire. Every wolf present could see it, the visible manifestation of power the council had tried to extinct. I'm not going to lie to you, Kira continued. This is dangerous. The council will have their remaining enhanced wolves. They'll have their most powerful alphas. They'll have security and wards and contingency plans we can't predict. Some of us won't survive the day. Silence. Then one of the newly freed prisoners, the male with glowing blue eyes, stepped forward. I've been their prisoner for 8 years, he said. 8 years of torture, of being reshaped into something I didn't recognize. 8 years of praying someone would stop them. He met Kira's eyes. You stopped them. You freed us. So whether I survive today or not doesn't matter. What matters is that we fight, that we show them they can't break us all, can't silence us all, can't win. He's right, another prisoner agreed, a female with crystalline scales covering her arms. I'm tired of being afraid, tired of being a victim. If we're dying today, let's die taking the council down with us. The sentiment spread like wildfire through the gathered wolves. Not death wishes, but determination. The decision that if they were going to fall, they'd fall fighting. Through the network, Kira felt Thane's fierce pride in her, felt Evelyn's approval, felt Celine's protective determination and Kieran's grim resolve. And underneath it all, the golden thread connecting her to Thane pulsed with love and the shared commitment to survive this together. Then let's give them a demonstration they'll never forget, Kira said. Dr. Blackwood, you're coordinating with media contacts. The moment we breach the gathering ground, you release everything: facility locations, prisoner testimonies, financial records, genetic experiments. Flood every news outlet, supernatural and human. Make it impossible to suppress. Consider it done, Blackwood promised, her laptop already open and files ready to send. Celine, you're with me at the center. Your job is maintaining the network and severing blood oaths. Every council member is bound by oaths of silence. Break them publicly and force them to answer questions they've spent decades avoiding. I'll need anchors, Celine said. The strain of maintaining this network while breaking council oaths could kill me otherwise. You'll have them, Kira assured her. Every founding bloodline survivor acts as your anchor. We share the load, we survive together. Kieran, Kira turned to her cousin. You know their security better than anyone. I need you running tactical, positioning teams, identifying threats, making sure we don't walk into traps. Kieran nodded, his heterochromatic eyes hard with purpose. I was their weapon. Now I'm yours. Let's make them regret ever teaching me their weaknesses. Evelyn, Crossguard takes perimeter control. No one gets in or out without us knowing. This demonstration is going to become a tribunal, and we're making sure the accused don't escape before judgment is rendered. My team lives for this kind of op, Evelyn said with a predator's smile. Thane. Kira met his amber gold eyes, and the golden thread between them sang. You're with me. Where I go, you go. We started this together. We finish it together. Always, Thane said simply. Kira took a deep breath and addressed the entire assembly one final time. The council built their power on secrets, lies, and the belief that we were too broken to fight back. Today, we prove them wrong. Today, we show the supernatural world what happens when you push the founding bloodlines too far. And today, we take back what they stole, our dignity, our freedom, and our right to exist without fear. One more thing, she added, her voice dropping to something fierce and intimate. After today, win or lose, survive or fall, we're family. Not pact bonds forced by territory or hierarchy. Not political alliances or temporary convenience. Family. Real, chosen, unbreakable family. And family protects its own. Always. The howls that answered her declaration shook the mountain. 300 voices raised in defiance, in determination, in the revolutionary belief that they deserved better than what the council had given them. Let's go show them what family can do, Kira projected through the network. And 300 wolves moved as one toward the council's gathering ground, toward their demonstration, toward a confrontation that would reshape the supernatural world forever. Voice becomes charged with anticipation and love. The gathering ground was exactly as Kieran had described, a massive natural amphitheater carved into Montana wilderness, with stadium seating for thousands of supernatural attendees. The council had transformed it for their demonstration with stages, screens, and enough magical wards to make Fort Knox jealous. Kira's pack approached from all sides simultaneously, using every tree line, every shadow, every natural feature to stay hidden until the last possible moment. Through the network, she coordinated 300 wolves moving with military precision despite never having trained together before today. Perimeter teams in position, Evelyn reported. We've identified 6 exit points. All covered. No one's leaving this gathering without our permission. Media teams ready, Dr. Blackwood added. The moment you give the signal, everything goes live. Financial records to Reuters. Facility footage to CNN. Genetic experiment data to the supernatural press. It'll explode across every platform simultaneously. Celine, how's the network holding? Stable. Strong. Kira, I can feel every wolf. We're not just connected. We're synchronized. Whatever happens in there, we move as one consciousness. The council has never faced anything like this. Good. They needed every advantage. The demonstration was scheduled to start at noon. At 11:45, attendees began filling the amphitheater. Thousands of supernatural creatures from across North America. Alphas in fine clothes, discussing politics and territory disputes. Betas and omegas filling the cheaper seats, eager to see what the council had been promising. Lesser fae and other species relegated to the back, marginalized as always. And on the main stage, 13 council members sat in places of honor. Kira's true sight showed her their power. Alpha energy multiplied, blood oaths binding them to secrecy, and underneath it all, the corruption that came from decades of unchecked authority. Alpha Marcus Silvercrest was there, though diminished from when Kira had last seen him. The stripping of his stolen enhancements had aged him, made him look ordinary, almost pathetic. He would pay for everything he'd done. They all would. Noon, Kieran's voice cut through the network. They're starting. The head of the council, an ancient wolf named Aldrich Moonstone, stood and addressed the crowd. His voice was amplified by magic, carrying to every seat in the amphitheater. Brothers and sisters of the supernatural world, Aldrich began, his tone grandiose. Today marks a new era for our kind. For too long, we've been limited by the gifts we're born with, by the random chance of genetics and bloodline inheritance. But science and magic combined have opened new doors. Today, we unveil the future. Enhanced wolves who possess abilities once thought exclusive to extinct bloodlines. Abilities we've perfected, controlled, and made available to any wolf willing to serve the greater good. Kira felt rage burn through the network. Perfected meant tortured. Controlled meant enslaved. Serve the greater good meant serve the council's power. They're about to call for their modified wolves, Kieran warned. 50 who they think are sedated and compliant. This is our moment. Everyone ready? Kira projected. 300 wolves answered with silent, fierce affirmation. Then let's crash this demonstration, Kira said. Blackwood, release the files. Celine, sever the oath binding that male Omega in the third row. I want him talking to the press within 30 seconds. Everyone else, on my mark, we reveal ourselves and take the stage. And now, Aldrich continued, oblivious to the trap closing around him, I present the first wave of our enhanced forces. 50 wolves who volunteered to transcend their limitations and become victims, Kira's voice rang out, amplified by Thane's ability to communicate across distances. 50 wolves you tortured until they developed corrupted abilities you could control. 50 prisoners you were planning to parade around like circus animals. Every head in the amphitheater turned. Kira stood at the highest point of the natural stadium, backlit by noon sun, her true sight blazing golden. And beside her, behind her, around her, 300 wolves materialized from the shadows like an army rising from the earth itself. My name is Kira Blackthorn, she announced, her voice carrying to every supernatural present. Last daughter of the Blackthorn bloodline. The bloodline your council claimed was extinct. The bloodline they murdered to hide their crimes. Chaos erupted. Wolves shouting questions. Council members on their feet, guards rushing forward. But before they could react, the screens throughout the amphitheater blazed to life. Not with the council's prepared demonstration, but with footage from the research facilities. Wolves screaming under torture. Genetic experiments gone wrong. Bodies piled like refuse. And through it all, council members' faces clearly visible, supervising, recording, approving. These are your leaders, Kira said as the supernatural world watched its ruling council's sins exposed. These are the wolves you've trusted to guide you, to protect you, to uphold supernatural law. And this is what they've been doing with that trust, systematically eliminating bloodlines they couldn't control, experimenting on wolves they deemed expendable, building an army of modified slaves to enforce their vision of order. Lies, Aldrich roared. This is propaganda from terrorists who... His voice cut off. Through the network, Kira felt Celine's power strike. The blood oath binding Aldrich to silence about council operations shattering like glass. And with it, every protective oath binding every council member. Suddenly, truth became compulsion. They couldn't lie, couldn't deflect, could only answer questions with brutal honesty. Is the footage real? Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, Aldrich heard himself say, horror crossing his face as the oath forced truth from his lips. Did you order the deaths of the founding bloodlines? Yes. Did you experiment on wolves without consent? Yes. Did you create modified wolves as weapons? Yes. Aldrich's voice was a scream now, fighting the compulsion and losing. We did all of it. We had to. The founding bloodlines were too powerful, too ungovernable. They threatened the stability we'd spent centuries building. The amphitheater exploded. Wolves rushed the stage. Lesser Fae shrieked with vindication. And through it all, Kira's pack held position. 300 wolves with the power to end the council right now, but choosing instead to let truth and justice run their course. They're trying to escape, Kieran warned. 3 council members heading for the north exit. Evelyn, already on it. Nobody leaves. And true to her word, the council members found themselves facing Crossguard's elite team, weapons trained, escape routes blocked. You wanted a demonstration, Kira said, descending from her perch with Thane at her side. Let me show you what you created. She gestured, and the modified wolves stepped forward. Not sedated or controlled, but free. Showing their abilities not as circus tricks, but as testaments to survival. As proof that even the council's worst torture couldn't break determined spirits. These wolves were supposed to be your weapons, Kira continued. Your proof that you could create and control power. Instead, they're proof of your crimes. Every modification, every scar, every corrupted ability is evidence of what you did. And now the entire supernatural world is watching you answer for it. Through the network, Kira felt the moment shift. Felt the crowd's shock transform into fury. Felt the lesser Fae and marginalized species realize they finally had ammunition against their oppressors. Felt change sweep through the amphitheater like wildfire. This wasn't just a demonstration anymore. It was a revolution. And standing at its center, surrounded by the family she'd chosen and the mate who'd chosen her, Kira Blackthorn finally understood what her parents had died trying to achieve. Not revenge. Not even justice. but liberation. True, complete liberation for every supernatural who'd been told they were insufficient, expendable, or extinct. The council's rule ends today, Kira announced to the gathered thousands. What comes next? That's for all of us to decide. Together. As equals. The way it always should have been. And as 300 wolves howled their agreement, as the supernatural world watched their leaders fall, as truth finally triumphed over decades of lies. Kira felt the golden thread connecting her to Thane pulse with joy, with pride, with love so fierce it took her breath away. We did it, she projected to him alone. We actually did it. No, beautiful. Thane's mental voice was warm with devotion. You did it. You built this. You led us here. You changed everything. We changed everything, Kira corrected. Together. And as the sun reached its zenith over Montana wilderness, as the old order crumbled and something new began to rise from its ashes, two wolves who'd been rejected and broken stood side by side. Undefeated. Unbroken. Unstoppable. And so very, very much in love. Chapter 11. The council's final gambit came in the form of a single wolf. Just when Kira thought victory was certain, when the council members stood exposed and the supernatural world demanded justice, the air itself seemed to crack. Reality split like torn fabric, and through the rip stepped something that made every instinct in Kira's body scream run. The wolf was female, ancient beyond measure, with fur the color of moonlight on snow and eyes that held galaxies. Power radiated from her in waves so intense that wolves across the amphitheater dropped to their knees involuntarily. Even Kira felt the urge to submit, to bow, to worship. Enough, the ancient wolf said, her voice carrying the weight of eons. Enough chaos. Enough bloodshed. Enough disruption of the natural order. Through the network, Kira felt her pack's terror. This wasn't just an alpha. This was something older. Something that predated supernatural law and hierarchy. Something that shouldn't exist in the physical realm at all. What is that? Iris Moonweaver's mental voice trembled. I can see her in both realms simultaneously. She's walking between worlds. She's the moon goddess's herald. Kieran's voice cut through, filled with recognition and dread. The council's final insurance policy. I heard rumors they had contact with her, but I thought it was myth. A legend they used to scare rebellious bloodlines. What does a herald do? Kira demanded. Enforces divine will. And Kira, she has the power to sever any bond, including life itself. The ancient wolf, the herald, turned her galaxy eyes on Kira. Kira Blackthorn, last daughter of a bloodline that was meant to fade. You've caused quite the disturbance today. I've exposed the truth, Kira said, forcing herself to stand tall despite every instinct screaming submission. The council committed genocide, tortured innocents, built their power on blood and lies. If that's disturbance, then disturb away. Truth, the herald mused. Such a mortal concept. You believe exposing council crimes makes you righteous. But what you've actually done is destabilize the carefully maintained balance that keeps supernatural society functional. Chaos serves no one, child. Neither does tyranny. Doesn't it? The herald moved closer, and reality warped around her. The council, for all their flaws, maintained order. They kept the supernatural world hidden from humans. They prevented species wars. They created structure where there was only chaos. Yes, they were corrupt. Yes, they committed atrocities. But they were stable, predictable, controllable. Controllable by whom? Kira challenged. By you. By the moon goddess? Are you saying divine will approves of torture and genocide as long as it maintains order? The herald's expression remained neutral. I'm saying that the moon goddess values balance above all else. And you, little Blackthorn, have upset that balance catastrophically. 300 modified wolves. A telepathic network that shouldn't exist. Founding bloodline abilities reawakening after they were meant to die out. You've introduced variables that threaten the very fabric of supernatural society. Good, Kira snarled. That fabric was woven from suffering. It deserves to be torn apart. And what will you weave in its place? The herald gestured to the chaos around them. Thousands of supernatural creatures shouting for justice, for blood, for revolution. You think this mob will build something better? You think anger and trauma make good foundations for civilization? I think choice makes a better foundation than coercion, Kira shot back. I think wolves deserve to know what they're consenting to instead of being bound by blood oaths they never agreed to. I think transparency is better than secrets. And I think a little chaos is worth it if the alternative is enslaving entire bloodlines to maintain someone's version of order. The herald studied her for a long moment. Then impossibly she smiled. You remind me of your ancestors. The first Blackthorns. They were just as idealistic. Just as certain they could change the world. Her expression turned sad. They failed too. I'm not failing, Kira said. I'm succeeding. Look around. The truth is out. The council is exposed. Hundreds of wolves are free. The supernatural world is finally asking questions instead of blindly obeying. That's not failure, that's revolution. And revolutions, the herald said quietly, are rarely bloodless. Tell me, Kira Blackthorn, how many will die in the chaos you've unleashed? How many innocents will suffer as supernatural society tears itself apart trying to rebuild? Have you counted that cost? The question hit harder than Kira expected. She hadn't thought beyond exposing the council, beyond freeing the prisoners, beyond this moment of righteous fury. She hadn't calculated what came after. The power vacuum, the instability, the potential for new tyrants to rise in the council's place. Don't listen to her. Thane's voice cut through the network, fierce and protective. She's trying to make you doubt yourself, trying to undermine everything we've accomplished. But what if she's right? Kira sent back privately. What if I've just replaced one problem with a worse one? Then we deal with it. Together. But Kira, doing nothing because change is scary? That's how tyrants stay in power forever. The herald's gaze shifted to Thane, and her smile widened. Ah, the wolf heart. The one who stands beside the blackthorn. Tell me, wolf. Are you prepared to watch her burn for her idealism? Because that's where this path leads. The council won't accept this humiliation. Their allies will rally. And the supernatural world, for all its cries for justice now, will fragment into factions that make the current corruption look peaceful. Then we'll face it, Thane said simply, moving to stand beside Kira. The golden thread between them pulsed, and Kira drew strength from his certainty. Together, the way we've faced everything else. Together, the herald repeated. How quaint. She raised her hand, and reality seemed to still. Let me show you what together means when divine will decides otherwise. Power exploded from the herald. Not attack, but vision. Kira found herself ripped from the amphitheater and thrown into a possible future. She saw supernatural society collapsing. Saw species wars erupting as old grudges resurfaced without the council to suppress them. Saw modified wolves losing control of their corrupted abilities and becoming monsters. Saw humans discovering supernatural existence and responding with fear, violence, and weapons designed to eliminate what they didn't understand. And through it all, she saw herself, older, exhausted, watching everything she'd built crumble. Saw Thane dying in her arms, casualty of a conflict she'd started but couldn't stop. Saw the founding bloodline survivors hunted down one by a new regime even worse than the council. Saw her revolution becoming the very tyranny she'd fought against. The vision released her, and Kira collapsed to her knees, gasping. Beside her, Thane caught her, and through their bond she felt him experiencing echoes of the same terrible future. That, the herald said coldly, is what happens when idealistic children play with forces they don't understand. Chaos, suffering, and ultimately failure. The council, for all its flaws, prevented that. And you've just destroyed the only thing keeping supernatural society from eating itself alive. Kira's hands shook. Her mind reeled. Was the herald right? Had she doomed everyone by trying to save them? Was maintaining corrupt order really better than risking chaotic freedom? No. The thought came not from Thane, not from her pack, but from deep within herself. From the wolf who'd survived rejection and exile. From the blackthorn who'd learned to trust her own judgment. No, I don't accept that future. Kira stood, pulling strength from the golden thread connecting her to Thane, from the telepathic network binding her to 300 wolves, from the truth she'd learned over 6 months of fighting and surviving and choosing. You showed me one possible future, Kira said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. But the future isn't fixed. It's made of choices. And every wolf in this amphitheater gets to choose what comes next. Not you. Not the council. Not even the moon goddess herself. The herald's eyes narrowed. You dare. I dare, Kira interrupted. Because that's what choice means. It means daring to believe we can build something better. It means accepting that freedom is scary and messy, and sometimes leads to mistakes. But it also means not accepting that tyranny is inevitable. That corruption is necessary. That suffering is the price of stability. Her true sight flared, and Kira saw something that made her breath catch. The Herald's bonds. Not to the Council, not to any mortal wolf, but to the concept of order itself. She was bound by divine mandate to maintain balance, to prevent chaos, to enforce the status quo no matter the cost. She was just as much a prisoner as the modified wolves had been, just in a prettier cage. You're enslaved too, Kira said softly. Bound to enforce divine will even when it means supporting corruption, when it means watching innocent wolves suffer, when it means becoming the weapon that keeps tyranny in power. She extended her hand. Let me show you what freedom looks like. Don't be absurd, the Herald said, but there was uncertainty in her voice now. I am the Herald. I enforce divine will. I have no need for your. Everyone needs freedom, Kira said. Even immortal enforcers of divine mandate. Especially them. She let her true sight show the Herald what she saw. The bonds of obligation, of duty, of cosmic responsibility that had trapped this ancient wolf in a role she'd never chosen. When was the last time you made a choice that was truly yours? When was the last time you questioned whether the order you enforce is actually just? Silence. The entire amphitheater held its breath. I am the Herald, the ancient wolf repeated, but it sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Order must be maintained. Balance must be preserved. It is the way things are. The way things are can change, Thane said, stepping forward to stand beside Kira. We're proof of it. 6 months ago, Kira was a rejected mate with no pack, no power, no hope. Now she's leading a revolution. Not because destiny demanded it, but because she chose it. Every day, every moment, every impossible decision. And you can choose too, Kira added. Choose to question whether the divine will you're enforcing is actually divine. Choose to see that maintaining corrupt order isn't the same as serving justice. Choose to step back and let us succeed or fail on our own merits instead of enforcing a future we never agreed to. The Herald stared at Kira's extended hand. At the offer of something she'd never considered possible, choice. Freedom from divine mandate. Permission to question. If I do this, she said slowly, if I step back and allow your revolution to proceed unchecked, I betray my purpose. My very existence. Or, Kira suggested, you discover that your purpose was never to enforce order, but to witness it. To observe how mortals navigate chaos and create their own balance. To trust that we're capable of learning, growing, and building something worthy without divine intervention forcing us into predetermined patterns. That's not. The Herald trailed off, uncertainty flickering across her ancient features. That's not how divine will works. How do you know? Thane challenged. Have you ever asked? Or have you just accepted what you were told, the same way the Council's blood-oathed wolves accepted their slavery? The parallel clearly struck home. The Herald's expression cycled through shock, anger, and finally something like wonder. I could choose, she whispered. After eons of service, I could simply choose. You always could, Kira said gently. You just needed someone to show you it was possible. The Herald looked at Kira's still extended hand. Then slowly, impossibly, she reached out and took it. The moment their hands connected, Kira's true sight exploded with light. She saw the Herald's bonds, cosmic, ancient, woven from the fabric of reality itself, and understood that breaking them would be catastrophic. These bonds didn't just constrain the Herald. They were part of her. But they could be modified, reshaped, transformed from chains into choices. Kira poured her blackthorn gift into the connection, and Celine's power amplified through the network, and 300 wolves lent their strength to an impossible task, freeing a divine herald from cosmic obligation. The bonds didn't break. They changed, from mandates to options, from compulsion to possibility, from imprisonment to liberation. When Kira released the herald's hand, the ancient wolf looked different. Not in appearance, but in essence. There was lightness to her now, wonder, and the faintest hint of a genuine smile. Well, the herald said, her voice carrying new warmth. This is unexpected. Good unexpected or bad unexpected? Kira asked nervously. Time will tell. The herald studied Kira with those galaxy eyes. You've done something no mortal has achieved in millennia. You've shown a divine servant that service can be choice rather than obligation. For that alone, I'll grant you this. I will not interfere with your revolution. I will observe, witness, and trust that you wolves are capable of navigating the chaos you've unleashed. Relief flooded through Kira so intensely she nearly collapsed again. The biggest threat to their revolution had just become a neutral observer instead of an active enemy. "Thank you," Kira breathed. "Don't thank me yet," the herald warned. "What comes next will test you in ways today's battle never could. Building is harder than destroying. Maintaining principles is harder than claiming them. And leading wolves through uncertainty is harder than leading them through clear-cut conflict." Her expression turned serious. "But if anyone can do it, perhaps it's a Blackthorn who learned to choose her own path." The herald began to fade, reality mending itself around her departure. But before she disappeared completely, she added one final message. "Oh, and Kira, the moon goddess says hello, and that she's been waiting for centuries for a Blackthorn brave enough to question divine will. You've made her proud." Then she was gone, leaving Kira standing in the center of the amphitheater with 300 wolves, thousands of witnesses, and 13 council members who'd just watched their final defense crumble. Voice builds with triumph and emotion. "It's over," someone in the crowd whispered. "The council's rule is actually over." The whisper became a roar. Wolves howled. Lesser Fae shrieked with joy. And the modified wolves, the prisoners, the survivors, the ones who'd suffered most under council rule, began to cry. Not tears of pain, but of relief. Of disbelief that they'd actually won. That justice had prevailed. That the nightmare was finally ending. Aldrich Moonstone, head of the council, stood on the stage looking ancient and defeated. "What happens now?" he asked Kira, his voice hollow. "You've torn down our structure, exposed our crimes, freed our prisoners, but you haven't said what comes next. How do you propose to govern the supernatural world?" "I don't," Kira said simply. "Govern, I mean. That's the whole point. We've had enough of small groups making decisions for everyone else. Enough of hierarchies that concentrate power in the hands of a few. Enough of bloodlines and political connections determining who gets a voice." She turned to address the entire amphitheater. "What comes next is democracy. Real democracy. Every supernatural species gets representation. Every community gets a voice. We build a new council. One elected by the people, accountable to the people, and removable by the people if they betray that trust." "That's chaos," Marcus Silvercrest protested weakly. "Supernatural society needs strong leadership, decisive action, not debate and committee meetings." "Funny," Thane said dryly. "That's exactly what human dictators say too, right before they're overthrown for being corrupt tyrants." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Relieved, cathartic laughter that spoke to the release of decades of suppressed frustration. "The old council is dissolved," Evelyn announced, stepping forward with Crossguard's authority backing her words. "Its members will face trial for their crimes. Public trials, with evidence presented and defense allowed. We're not exchanging one tyranny for mob justice. We're building something better. And in the meantime," someone called from the crowd, "who maintains order? Who prevents chaos while we're building this new democracy?" "An interim council," Dr. Blackwood suggested, her political science background showing. "Representatives from multiple species, multiple bloodlines, multiple communities. Temporary leadership accountable to frequent public assemblies. Not perfect, but better than what came before." "I nominate Kira Blackthorn for interim council," Iris Moonweaver said immediately. "She's proven herself trustworthy, brave, and committed to justice over personal gain." "Seconded," called Marcus Stormcaller. "Thirded," added Ashnai. Within minutes, Kira found herself nominated, seconded, and approved by acclamation from thousands of supernatural voices. She tried to protest. She'd never wanted to lead, never sought power, but Thane's hand on her shoulder stopped her. "You don't get to hide anymore," he sent through their bond. "The supernatural world needs you. Needs your truth-seeing, your commitment to justice, your refusal to accept that corruption is inevitable. This is your purpose, Kira. The reason you survived everything." "I'm scared," she admitted. "Good. Leaders who aren't scared are dangerous." Thane's mental voice was warm with love and pride. "But you won't be leading alone. You have me. You have our pack. You have 300 wolves who trust you and thousands more who believe in what you're building. We'll face it together. Together. Always together." Kira accepted the nomination with a mix of terror and determination. And as the supernatural world began the messy, complicated process of rebuilding itself on foundations of choice and transparency, she stood surrounded by the family she'd chosen and the mate who'd chosen her. The council's rule was over. The revolution had succeeded. And now came the hardest part, proving that the new world they built could actually be better than the old one. But as Kira looked at Thane, at Celine and Aurora, at Kieran and the other founding bloodline survivors, at the modified wolves who'd survived impossible torture, at Crossguard's loyal team, she believed it was possible. No, more than possible. Inevitable. Because they weren't building this new world on power or coercion or bloodline superiority. They were building it on choice. On love. On the revolutionary idea that broken things could be remade into something stronger. And that made all the difference. Voice becomes tender and full of promise. As the sun set over the Montana gathering ground, as thousands of supernatural creatures began the journey home carrying news of the revolution, as the old council members were led away to face justice, Kira found herself alone with Thane on a hillside overlooking the amphitheater. "We did it," she said, still not quite believing. "We actually did it." "You did it," Thane corrected, pulling her close. "You built this revolution. You led us here. You changed everything." "We changed everything," Kira insisted. "I couldn't have done any of this without you. Without your support, your strength, your constant reminder that I was worth choosing." The golden thread between them pulsed, warm and steady and more powerful than any mate bond the moon goddess could have forced upon them. "Kira Blackthorn," Thane said, his amber gold eyes serious. "I know this isn't traditional. I know we're in the middle of rebuilding supernatural society and facing months of trials and political chaos. But I need to say this now, while we have a moment of peace." He took both her hands in his. "I love you, not because destiny demanded it, not because the moon goddess chose us, but because I choose you. Every day, every moment, every challenge we face. You're brilliant and brave and stubborn and absolutely infuriating sometimes. And I want to spend the rest of my life by your side, facing whatever comes next together." Tears streamed down Kira's face. Happy tears this time, joyful tears, tears of a heart that had been so broken learning to love again. Now, some had even joined the new council's security forces, using their hard-won abilities to protect instead of destroy. Celine and Aurora had established the Moonweaver Institute, a training center for wolves developing supernatural abilities. Not modifications forced through torture, but natural gifts awakening in wolves who'd been told such powers were extinct. Turns out, founding bloodline genes were more widespread than anyone realized. With the council's suppression gone, gifts were manifesting in wolves across the continent. The Nightrunner siblings ran a network helping lone wolves and marginalized species find communities. Marcus Stormcaller consulted on environmental protection, using his weather control to combat climate change. And Iris Moonweaver served on the interim council, advocating for species rights and supernatural human cooperation. Everyone Kira had saved was paying it forward, building the better world they'd all fought for. And Kira? She'd been elected to the interim council alongside representatives from 12 other species. Her true sight made her invaluable for detecting corruption before it could take root. Her commitment to transparency kept everyone honest. And her refusal to accept that any wolf was insufficient had inspired a generation. She was exhausted, overwhelmed, and happier than she'd ever imagined possible. "What are you thinking about?" Thane asked, reading her expression. "How far we've come. How much has changed." Kira touched his face gently. "A year ago, I was rejected, exiled, convinced I'd never be enough for anyone. Now I'm on the Supernatural Council, mated to the most incredible wolf alive, and apparently some kind of revolutionary icon." "You've always been enough," Thane said fiercely. Demon was too blind to see it. The Crescent Moon Pack was too corrupt to appreciate it. "But you were always enough, Kira. The revolution just showed everyone else what I knew from the beginning." Smooth talker. Truth teller. Thane kissed her again, deeper this time. "And speaking of truth, we should probably head back to civilization tomorrow. Much as I love having you all to myself, the council does actually need us." Kira groaned. "One more day. Please. I want to pretend we're just two wolves in a cabin with no responsibilities." "Deal. One more day of paradise." Thane's smile turned wicked. "What should we do with 24 hours of uninterrupted privacy?" Kira was about to suggest several ideas when a shimmer in the air made them both freeze. Reality rippled, and a figure materialized on their deck. The moon goddess's herald, looking remarkably relaxed for a divine servant. "Sorry to interrupt," the herald said with a genuine smile. So different from her cold neutrality 6 months ago. "But I have a message. And a gift." Can it wait? Thane asked, not releasing his hold on Kira. We're on vacation. It's from the moon goddess herself. And no, it can't wait. The herald's eyes softened. Though I promise you'll want to hear this. Kira exchanged glances with Thane, then gestured for the herald to continue. All right, what does the moon goddess want? To thank you, the herald said simply, for questioning divine will, for showing that wolves are capable of choosing their own paths, for proving that chaos and freedom can lead to something better than controlled order. She pulled out a small crystal that glowed with soft light. The moon goddess has watched your revolution with great interest, and she wants you to know she approves. She approves of us dismantling the system she supposedly established? Kira asked skeptically. She approves of you improving it. The herald held out the crystal. This is for you, both of you, a gift to celebrate your mating and your achievements. Thane took the crystal cautiously. What does it do? It grants one request, one impossible thing. Within reason. I can't resurrect the dead or rewrite history, but almost anything else is within scope. The herald's expression turned knowing. The moon goddess suspects she knows what you'll ask for, but the choice is yours. It always has been. Kira stared at the crystal, her mind racing. One impossible thing. One chance to change something fundamental. She could ask for the modified wolves to be healed completely, their corrupted abilities purified. Could ask for guaranteed peace. No more wars, no more species conflicts. Could ask for her parents back, though the herald had said resurrection was off limits. Or, Thane, she said softly, what do you want? If you could have one impossible thing, what would it be? He looked at her like she'd grown a second head. You. Forever. But I already have that, so. He paused, thinking. Actually, I want something for everyone else. For the modified wolves to never have to fear their abilities again. For the founding bloodline survivors to be safe from any future council. For the supernatural world to have the tools it needs to maintain the freedom we fought for. Of course he'd think of others first. It's who he was. That's several impossible things, Kira pointed out. Then I'll settle for the one that helps the most people. Thane's expression was serious. Use the gift however you think best. I trust your judgment. Kira turned to the herald. Can the crystal protect against future corruption? Create a safeguard that prevents any future council, or any future government, from consolidating power the way the old council did. The herald's smile widened. Yes, a magical failsafe woven into supernatural society itself. If any governing body becomes corrupt, if they start using blood oaths or forced bonds or systematic oppression, the magic triggers, alerts the population, strips the corrupt leaders of power automatically. A permanent protection against tyranny. That, Kira said firmly, that's what I want. Not just for now, but for every generation that comes after us. So no wolf ever has to lead a revolution again because they'll have tools to fix corruption peacefully. Wise choice. The herald took the crystal back, and it blazed with light. Consider it done. From this moment forward, supernatural society has a built-in immune system against corruption. It won't prevent all problems. Free will still exists, and wolves will still make mistakes. But it will prevent the systematic, multi-generational tyranny the old council represented. The crystal dissolved into light that spread across the sky like northern aurora. Kira felt it settle into the fabric of reality. A fundamental change, a gift that would protect wolves she'd never meet in futures she'd never see. Thank you, she whispered. Don't thank me. Thank yourselves. The herald began to fade. You earned this through courage, sacrifice, and refusing to accept that suffering was inevitable. The moon goddess is proud. And so am I. Before she disappeared completely, she added one final message. Oh, and Kira? That insufficient bloodline, that supposedly made you unworthy? Turns out it was the purest Blackthorn heritage in 5 generations. Demon's father knew. He rejected you specifically because you were too powerful, too dangerous to his control. Thought you'd want to know. Then she was gone, leaving Kira staring at empty air. Did she just say, Thane started, that I was never insufficient, never deluded, never anything except exactly what I was supposed to be? Kira laughed, a sound of pure, cathartic relief. Demon didn't reject me because I wasn't enough. He rejected me because I was too much, because his father knew I'd outgrow them all. Poetic justice, Thane agreed. The bloodline they tried to eliminate became the catalyst that destroyed them. Kira turned to face him fully, her heart so full it might burst. I love you. I love that you wanted to use an impossible wish to help others. I love that you trust my judgment. I love that you see me, really see me, and think I'm worth choosing every single day. Always, Thane promised. For the rest of our impossibly long lives, I will choose you every morning and thank the moon goddess, the real her, not the council's twisted interpretation, that you chose me back. They stood wrapped in each other's arms as the sun fully rose, as the magical safeguard settled into reality, as their mated bond pulsed with joy and love and the absolute certainty that they'd found there forever. Not because destiny demanded it, but because they'd chosen it. 3 years later, the new council chambers were nothing like the old ones. No imposing thrones, no hierarchical seating, just a circular table where representatives from 15 species sat as equals, debating policy and making decisions through democratic vote. Kira sat in her designated seat, marked not with titles or rank, but simply with her name, and listened to Kieran present his latest report. Her cousin had aged well in the 3 years since the revolution. The haunted look was gone, replaced by quiet confidence. His heterochromatic eyes were clear and focused. Modified wolf rehabilitation continues to exceed expectations, Kieran announced. We've now helped over 300 wolves integrate their abilities safely. Recidivism is down to 2%, and several former prisoners have become rehabilitation counselors themselves, using their experience to help others heal. Applause rippled around the table. On Kira's left, Celine beamed with pride. Her daughter Aurora worked in Kieran's program. On her right, Thane squeezed her hand under the table, his presence a constant comfort even in official settings. Any new business? Evelyn asked from her position as rotating council chair. They'd implemented term limits and rotating leadership to prevent power concentration. Actually, yes. Kira stood, her heart racing with nerves despite 3 years of council service. I have an announcement. Personal, but relevant to my council position. Every eye turned to her. Kira took a deep breath and placed her hand over her abdomen, where a tiny life was just beginning to make itself known. I'm pregnant, she said simply. Due in 6 months. Which means I'll need to take maternity leave and temporarily step back from council duties. The room exploded with congratulations. Celine was crying happy tears. Iris hugged her from across the table. Even the more formal representatives offered genuine warm wishes. But it was Thane's reaction that mattered most. He pulled her into a fierce embrace, mindless of propriety or official setting, and whispered against her hair. We're having a pup? We're actually having a pup. We're having a pup, Kira confirmed, laughing and crying simultaneously. Surprise, best surprise ever. Thane pulled back to cup her face. Though I'm going to be impossibly overprotective for the next 6 months. Fair warning. I'd expect nothing less. They discussed children, of course. Talked about whether bringing new life into a still rebuilding world was responsible. Whether their children would be safe from any remnants of the old council's ideology. Whether they were ready for the responsibility. But in the end, choice had won again. They'd chosen to try. Chosen to believe the world they'd built was worth passing on to the next generation. Chosen to trust that love and good judgment would be enough. And now, impossibly, wonderfully, they were going to be parents. This is perfect, Iris said warmly. The first child born to founding bloodline parents in over 20 years. The first pup who'll grow up knowing their heritage is a gift, not a target. The first of a new generation who'll never know what it's like to hide or be hunted. Assuming we don't screw them up completely, Kira joked, but there was real fear underneath. You'll be amazing parents, Kieran assured her. You've already proven you can take broken things and make them stronger. What's one pup compared to rebuilding supernatural society? Actually terrifying, Thane suggested. Laughter echoed through the council chambers. Warm, genuine, the sound of wolves who'd survived impossible odds and built something worth celebrating. After the session ended, Kira and Thane walked through Havens Creek, the small town that had become the unofficial capital of the new council. It had grown in 3 years, but maintained its character. The Timber Wolf Bar was still there, though under new ownership. Ruth's Motel had been converted into permanent housing for supernatural refugees. And everywhere Kira looked, she saw wolves and other species coexisting peacefully. Not perfectly. There were still arguments, still conflicts, still wolves struggling to adjust to democracy after centuries of authoritarian rule. But they were trying, learning, growing, proving every day that the revolution had been worth it. Nervous, Thane asked as they walked hand in hand. Terrified, Kira admitted. What if I'm not a good mother? What if I pass on all my trauma and trust issues? What if our pup inherits true sight and gets targeted by anyone who misses the old ways? Then we'll handle it. Together. Thane stopped walking and turned to face her fully. Kira, you've faced down Council Alphas, freed hundreds of prisoners, rebuilt supernatural government from scratch, and convinced a divine herald to question cosmic mandate. You think one tiny pup is going to be harder than that? Yes, Kira laughed despite her fears. Because I can fight alphas. I can break blood oaths. I can lead revolutions. But being responsible for shaping a whole new life, that's actually terrifying. Good thing you're not doing it alone. Thane placed his hand over hers, both of them resting on her still flat abdomen. This pup is going to have two parents who love them unconditionally. A whole pack of aunts and uncles who'll spoil them rotten. And a world that finally values them for who they are instead of what bloodline they carry. They're already luckier than either of us were. It was true. Their child would grow up in a world Kira and Thane had bled to create. Would never know rejection based on bloodline. Would never experience the systematic oppression the founding families had faced. Would be free to develop whatever gifts they inherited without fear of being hunted or used. We're really doing this, Kira said, wonder in her voice. Building a life. Raising a family. Being normal. We've never been normal, Thane corrected with a grin. But we're damn good at being us. 6 months later, the dedication ceremony took place at the memorial Kira had commissioned. A massive sculpture in the heart of Havens Creek honoring every founding bloodline wolf lost to the Council's genocide. Thousands of names carved in stone. Faces preserved in crystal. A monument ensuring they'd never be forgotten. Kira stood before it, her daughter, newborn, tiny, perfect, cradled in her arms. Thane stood beside her, one hand on her waist, the other gently touching their pup's downy head. The baby had inherited Kira's dark hair and Thane's amber gold eyes. And when she'd opened those eyes for the first time, they'd glowed with unmistakable true sight. A blackthorn, through and through. Her name is Elena, Kira announced to the gathered crowd. After my mother, Elena Blackthorn Wolfheart, first pup of the new era. Living proof that the founding bloodlines aren't extinct, we're thriving. The crowd erupted in howls, joyful, celebratory, a sound that echoed off the mountains and declared to the universe that wolves who'd been hunted to near extinction had not just survived but won. Celine approached with Aurora, both smiling through tears. May I? Celine asked, gesturing to baby Elena. Kira handed her over carefully, trusting the female who'd become like family. Celine cradled Elena gently, and the baby's eyes, still glowing with true sight, fixed on Celine's face. She can see the bonds already, Celine breathed with wonder. Not fully conscious, but instinctive. She knows who loves her, who'll protect her, whose pack. She's surrounded by pack, Kieran said, stepping forward with the other founding bloodline survivors. They'd all come for the dedication. Marcus Stormcaller, Iris Moonweaver with Quinn, the Nightrunner siblings, every wolf who'd survived because Kira refused to accept that survival meant hiding. This pup will never know what it's like to be hunted, Marcus said gruffly, emotion thick in his voice. We'll never have to hide her gifts or pretend to be less than she is. That's what we fought for. That's what makes every sacrifice worth it. Not just her, Thane added, his voice carrying to the crowd. Every pup born from this day forward grows up free. Free to be themselves. Free to develop whatever gifts they inherit. Free to choose who they become instead of being forced into molds designed by corrupt leaders. He looked at Kira, and the love in his eyes made her breath catch even after 3 years of seeing that look every day. Free to reject mates who don't value them. Free to find love that's chosen rather than forced. Free to build lives on their own terms. The golden thread between them pulsed, not dimmed by time or domesticity, but strengthened. Transformed from new love into the kind of partnership that could weather anything. I was rejected a year ago, Kira said, addressing the crowd one final time. Told I was insufficient. Deluded. Not enough. And for a while, I believed it. Let that rejection define me. Let it break me. She paused, looking at her daughter, at Thane, at the pack she'd built. But rejection didn't destroy me. It freed me. Freed me to discover who I really was. To find wolves who saw my worth. To build something better than what I'd lost. And to realize that being chosen every day matters more than being destined from the start. So here's what I want every wolf to know, especially the young ones, the rejected ones, the ones who've been told they're not enough. Kira's voice grew fierce. You are enough. Exactly as you are. And anyone who can't see that, they don't deserve you. Not your loyalty. Not your love. Not your tears. Find the wolves who choose you, who see your gifts as strengths instead of threats, who stand beside you through revolutions and quiet moments alike. Build a pack based on choice and loyalty and genuine love. And never, ever let anyone convince you that survival means making yourself smaller. The howls that answered her declaration shook the earth. And as Kira stood surrounded by family, blood and chosen, pack and mate, past and future, she finally, fully understood what the moon goddess had been trying to teach her all along. Rejection wasn't punishment. It was liberation. A door closing on what was never meant to be, so another could open on what always was. And what Kira had found beyond that door, love, purpose, family, revolution, peace, was worth every moment of pain it took to get there. That night, long after the crowds dispersed, after Elena was settled in her nursery, after the celebration ended and quiet returned, Kira found herself back at the memorial alone. She placed her hand on her parents' names, carved in stone. Elena Blackthorn, Marcus Blackthorn, the wolves who'd given everything so she could survive. I hope I made you proud, she whispered. I hope this world we built is what you dreamed of. I hope. They're proud. The moon goddess's herald materialized beside her, no longer a terrifying enforcer, but something closer to a friend. She'd visited regularly over the years, observing the new council with genuine interest. I can confirm that, wherever consciousness goes after death, your parents are watching, and they're incredibly proud. Thank you, Kira said, tears streaming down her face. For everything, for stepping back, for letting us succeed or fail on our own terms. Thank you, the herald corrected, for showing me what freedom looks like, for teaching an ancient enforcer that divine will isn't always synonymous with divine good, for proving that mortals are capable of wisdom the cosmos couldn't predict. She placed a hand on the memorial. The moon goddess wants you to know something. The mate bond between you and Demon? It wasn't wrong. It was premature. You were meant for great love, but not with him. Not then. The bond snapped into place too early, before either of you were ready. Before you'd grown into who you needed to be. And Thane isn't a mate bond at all. It's something rarer. Something that only manifests when two souls choose each other so completely, so consistently, that they forge their own connection. It's not destiny, it's better than destiny. It's earned. Kira thought about that, about how the golden thread with Thane had grown stronger with every choice, every battle, every moment of trust. How it didn't demand or compel, but simply connected. Two separate wolves remaining individuals, while choosing to walk through life together. I wouldn't trade it for anything, Kira said. Not for the mate bond with Demon. Not for any cosmic destiny. What Thane and I built ourselves is worth more than anything the universe could have handed us. I know, the herald smiled. That's why the moon goddess considers you her greatest success story. You took rejection, the worst pain a wolf can experience, and transformed it into revolution, into love, into a better world for everyone. She began to fade. Live well, Kira Blackthorn. Love fiercely. Raise your daughter to be as brave and stubborn as her mother. And know that you've already achieved immortality, not through bloodline or power, but through the positive change you've created. Then she was gone, leaving Kira alone with the stars and the memorial, and the profound peace of a wolf who'd found her place in the world. Footsteps approached. Thane, of course, always knowing when she needed him. Elena's asleep, he reported, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Celine checked on her with true sight. She's dreaming happy dreams. Of course she is. She's surrounded by love. Kira leaned back against his chest. We did good, didn't we? With the revolution. With building something better. With our family. We did extraordinary, Thane corrected. Though I think our greatest achievement is yet to come. Oh, what's that? Convincing Elena that dating is banned until she's at least 30. Kira laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed across the memorial. Good luck with that. She's a Blackthorn. We don't do well with being told what we can't do. Then I guess we'll just have to trust that we raised her well enough to make good choices. Thane turned her in his arms. The way you did. The way you chose me. Best choice I ever made, Kira said honestly. Second best, Thane corrected. The best choice was choosing yourself. choosing to survive, choosing to fight, choosing to believe you were worth saving even when everyone else said you weren't. He kissed her softly. Everything else, me, the pack, the revolution, Elena, all of that came from that first crucial choice. The decision to not let rejection destroy you. It was true. Everything good in Kira's life traced back to that moment in Havens Creek when she'd stood at the edge of pack territory and decided to cross, decided to stop running, decided to become something other than a victim. I love you, Kira whispered against his lips, for seeing that, for always seeing me clearly even when I can't see myself. I love you, Thane answered, for being exactly who you are, for choosing me, for building this impossible, beautiful life with me. They stood wrapped in each other's arms as the night deepened, as their daughter slept safely, as the world they'd fought for continued its slow, messy journey towards something better. And in that moment, Kira finally released the last ghost of her past, finally let go of the pain Demon's rejection had caused. Not because it didn't matter. It had shaped her, molded her, made her who she was. But because she'd transformed that pain into power, had used it to fuel revolution, to build family, to create change that would echo through generations. Rejection hadn't destroyed her. It had remade her into something stronger, braver, more beautiful than she'd ever been as someone else's mate, someone else's Luna, someone else's version of enough. She was Kira Blackthorn, revolutionary, council member, mother, mate, and she was exactly, perfectly, triumphantly enough. And beautiful souls? That's where we leave our wolves. Not at the beginning of their journey, but in the middle, because the best stories never truly end. They just keep unfolding, chapter after chapter, choice after choice, love after love. Kira and Thane's story continues in every decision they make, every challenge they face, every moment they choose each other and their family, and the world they're building together. Elena will grow up to have her own story, her own challenges, her own triumphs, her own journey of discovering what it means to be a blackthorn in a world that finally values her gifts. The supernatural world will continue evolving, not perfectly, but honestly, making mistakes and learning from them, growing stronger through struggle rather than collapsing under it. And somewhere the moon goddess smiles, because she gave her wolves a gift more powerful than destiny. She gave them choice. And when wolves choose love over fear, hope over despair, unity over division, that's when miracles happen. That's when rejected mates become revolutionaries. That's when heartbreak transforms into hope. And that's when broken wolves discover they were never broken at all, just becoming who they were always meant to be. So here's to the rejected ones, the exiled ones, the ones who've been told they're not enough. You are enough. You always were. You always will be. And your story, your real story, it's just beginning. The end. Thank you for running with Kira and Thane through their journey from heartbreak to healing, from exile to empire, from rejection to revolution. May you always remember, being chosen every day is more powerful than being destined from the start. And to anyone who's ever been rejected, who's ever been told they're not enough, this story is for you. May you find your pack. May you discover your power. And may you always, always choose yourself first. With love and Howls, your storyteller.